Okay, let's call us up to order. Meeting of the West Newbury Select Board. It is Monday, September 12th. It is 7:11. This meeting is being broadcast on local cable TV and recorded for rebroadcast on the local cable channels and on the internet. And the meeting is also accessible by remote participation through Zoom. The official grand opening ribbon cutting ceremony of the new Pentucket Middle High School will take place Wednesday evening between 4 and 6 p.m. So that's everybody in the towns, school people, retirees, alumni are all welcome to attend. So that's a great great moment for the three towns. It's finally getting there. On Thursday evening, September 15th at 6 p.m., the select board is going to visit the Cortland Lane cul-de-sac to review potential excuse me, off-street parking for the trails, potential trails in that area on the conservation restrictions. So we're going to talk with the neighbors and anyone else that wants to give their opinion on that. So that'll be Thursday at 6 o'clock right at the cul-de-sac in Cortland Lane. The special town meeting is scheduled for Monday, October 24th at 7 p.m. in the annex. So this is going to be an indoor meeting. Just to people, we had indoor meetings for forever, and so now we're going to go back to that. Not necessarily always. The Council on Aging Sage Center newsletter is available online. People that haven't received it in the mail, they can certainly access it online. Thank you to the organizers of the summer concert series at the bandstand. I have to say I wasn't able to attend some of them because of time considerations, but I had positive feedback from a few people that told me that some of the things they attended were outstanding. On Thursday, September 15th, also the Sage Center is sponsoring a cookout at, so where is it actually going to be?
Right on their patio, right outside, I'll be out behind it.
Okay, right out behind. Okay. And so tickets are available at the Sage Center for $10. It sounds like a great thing to meet some people from West Newbury. So that'll be from 4:30 to 6 on Thursday, September 15th. As usual, anyone that is looking for helping out with the town, looking for boards, commission, committees, look for wnewbury.org/volunteer. And also, if you want to get town announcements, wnewbury.org/subscribe.
Can I mention one committee that is the River Access Committee is in need of one member.
Okay.
That would be an important one for people to step in and fill.
How are we on capital improvements? Do we need bodies on that, or
It's one position. That's
okay? So on to the regular business. Our first order of business is a application from Repairs to serve on the Cultural Council.
So Marie actually reached out. Unfortunately, she's feeling ill this evening, so she was not able to attend.
Okay. Anyone, any thoughts, comments?
Yeah, she has
Motions.
experience with the Pentucket Fine Arts, working with nonprofits. I think it's a good fit. Also historical.
I will move that we appoint Maria Pierce to the cultural council. How long does that position run?
3 years.
3 years. And so is this the first year of the position
Yeah, so
of that particular opening? Yeah,
June of 2020, June 30th of 2025.
25.
2025, that's right. Okay.
Second,
Comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Next item, a request for a special event permit for the Harborside Half Marathon. By Venture Endurance and Loco Sports. Maybe I was reading it incorrectly, but did we see that it had been signed off on by the police chief?
I think there was a separate email today from.
it said it wasn't, but then the follow-up one, it looked like it had. so
Oh,
it was
okay.
not Clear.
Yeah, there were three going to be police stationed at 3 locations, and so.
Oh, okay, I guess I did see.
It sounds like there was some communication back from the police, but not, maybe just not a signature yet.
That's my understanding of it. Yeah, the chief was in New York over the weekend for a wedding, so.
Okay.
But we do have the proponent on the Zoom, so if you.
Oh, Michael St. Laurent?
Yes, good evening. This is Mike St. Laurent. Yes, I believe we've spoken with the chief of police, and he advises us that 3 officers are necessary, and this is an event that's been going on for 6, 7, 8 years now. So they're well aware of it and going to work with us. So we haven't had any problems in the past.
So you've got anticipated 1,200 runners. That's a pretty big race.
Yeah, actually, I would like to elaborate on that. Evan put this forward. 1,200 includes 500 people in the 5K, which does not come into West Newbury. So last year there was a little over 800 runners, and this year we're running approximately the same. We're a little over 600 right now. So we'll probably get to a similar number. All our races have been, have been similar to last year they were going. So at this point, what happens is we enter West Newbury off a Hill Road at about mile 3, and by then everybody's spread out enough that we're able to get traffic by on Indian Hill and West and on Turkey Hill Road and Indian Hill, and then back up on Middle. But it's looking to be about the same number as last year, where we didn't have any issues in previous years.
Jim did receive the signed application.
Okay.
So and Michael, the chief did sign the application, so we did have that.
So one thing we would request that the porta potties be dropped off as late as possible and picked up as soon as possible. That's always been an issue, but so it's as soon as they can theoretically be picked up, that would be great.
Okay, we'll work with United and instruct them to do that accordingly. Usually we can get them dropped off on Friday or Saturday because they're so busy, and pick them up first thing Monday.
That's good. Okay.
Michael, on the signs, are they going to be placed at every intersection? Well, warning residents about the times that the roads will be busy.
Correct. We place a sign normally every half mile, so there'll be about 12 to 15 signs put out there, and they're 18 by 24 inches. They say, large roadways coming through, and the time we're going to be on that particular road.
Okay.
And we usually place those Monday before, so that people have enough advance notice to say it's coming up Sunday, so they know, they see it all week long.
Okay. Specifically, Middle Street.
I'll support you.
Okay.
Some of the residents there have specifically asked to be notified, so sounds like you're going to put one there, but if you could just make sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
What else? So I didn't look. What day of the week is this? Is it a Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday, November 13th.
Sunday, okay.
We had a lot more fun with this. The race was called All Women and One Lucky Guy. I'm not sure if we were around for that, but people always got a bit of humor out of that. It used to be an all women's race with just one guy, but now it's a co-ed race.
And who was the guy?
One lucky guy.
One lucky, yeah, it was be a lottery day to run with all women. See, I knew it'd bring a smile.
It does.
So, Michael, is your organization, is it a nonprofit? Is it a for-profit corporation? What is it?
Yeah, Local Sports and now the parent company Ventures Endurance is a for-profit company. However, every race that we have multiple groups that work with us that we make donations to. Over the past 15 years, we've donated about $1.5 million to different groups that we work with throughout the community. We try to recruit volunteer groups from every community that we go through to try to support them. I'm not directly involved with that because actually I'm semi-retired and just helping out because Evan wasn't available tonight. But we do have multiple groups that are local that will be receiving donations from the event.
The sports teams like the cross-country team and parents often volunteer to do the registration and then donations go to
Okay.
Tucker Sports.
Correct. Yeah, there's registration volunteers, water stop volunteers, race marshals, food volunteers, finish volunteers. There's usually about 6 or 8 different groups, and it might be 150 to 200 volunteers total of 6 or 7 groups.
And then you generally donate something to those groups, to those organizations.
Absolutely. Yeah, it ranges from a few $100s all the way up to thousands of dollars, depending upon how many volunteers they bring.
Great,
Okay.
thanks.
Anything else? We good on the form, Jim, COI, insurance certificate?
Yep, such a good chance.
Okay,
Great. Well, I move that we would approve the Ventures Endurance and Local Sports Half Marathon for Sunday, November, what was the date again? 13th.
second. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
thank you, Mike.
Actually, I'm not sure if you want to take things in order of the agenda or if you wanted to take anything out of order. We have some people present.
No, Fred's here. We can do,
Yeah,
talk about the report first, yeah.
Yeah, there are 2 things. One is the report, and one is the article.
Right. So let's do the report, Fred.
And that's your see Wayne zooming in. Wayne, you should be resting.
Yeah, Wayne, I didn't know that you were.
Yeah,
Ill.
I'm here.
Do you want me just to go ahead or do you want to take?
Nope, I'm fine. I was trying to find the unmute button on this. So I think everybody got a copy of the report. I hope, I think Angus might have put it on to the screen for us to look at, but it's pretty much short and sweet in reality. We put a lot of money into this. It was mostly all labor. They went around and inspected 400 and what was it, 80 altogether, 483 trees was it altogether. And then we broke those trees up into a 2-part with trees that we could save and which ones are beyond saving. I reviewed the report with Fred already, just to get his thoughts, and and some of I went through a couple of drafts with the vendor. The most important part was in the executive summary. I thought it was important if we get a dollar amount, because that's the first thing anybody's going to ask. Because what does it cost to save a tree? I mean, it sounds nice if it's $1,400 and we save all the trees in town. It's another thing when it's 1.4 million. So it's something that we should talk about. So they broke it up into two parts, the report, removals and how many trees we could save. And if you notice on one of my comments to them was the number of the pages, and they didn't, but the executive summary page, they break it up on the bottom about healthy trees and removals. And the removals are the removals. There's nothing left we could do with those. We can't treat those. There's 287 trees that we identified that are beyond being treated, that we think we get any result. They're pretty much dead. So that's what it is at the end of the day. But we were surprised. Well, I was surprised, and I think Fred, I think you, I don't want to speak for you, but I think we were surprised how many were still able to be treated in town, where 177 were still able to be treated if we started a treatment in the spring of this year. After, say, spring town meeting, we could actually treat for the next for forever until this goes away. Now, I don't know if it's going to go away 3 or 4 years from now. We're going to have EAB for another 10 years, but they did price it out. And you look on the bottom there, it's around $50,000 to $60,000 to treat these trees every other year. We could divide that by 2 and treat it every year, and treat half the trees every year and the other half the year after, and it cuts it down to like $30,000. It's a lot of money. I understand that. And you have to keep in mind that it's not guaranteed the treatment will save the trees. So it's not like they're going to treat the trees and we walk away and it's like, oh, we just saved 177 trees. We could all pat ourselves on the back. It is a chance. It's a chance where it's taken that they might be too far along to treat too many of them. Fred, do you have anything you want to add to that? I'd like to get your opinion on your thoughts.
No, just, I'm happy to answer any questions. This was really a very professional job. They did examine the trees one by one, and so they know exactly where they're located, and took any number of measurements to see what they conclude about the health of the tree. And as Wayne said, we were surprised at the number of ash trees that are potentially savable. And even if you go out, there's always a question about, well, if you treat now, don't you have to keep treating, and doesn't that add up the money? And when you look at the numbers, you just can't escape, at least I can't escape the conclusion that if you let the trees die, it's going to cost twice as much over, even if you have a 10-year treatment program for these trees. So that's the first, that's the most immediate issue for the town, because the sooner the better. Usually you have to treat when the trees are taking up a lot of water, because when you inject the insecticide into the stem, you don't do it in a drought when the tree is suffering. You do it when there's water in the area and pulls up. So I'm not sure whether or not we can do it this fall, or whether we need to wait until next spring. And literally every month counts with these critters.
I have looking, the report was great, actually. I turned off the Patriots game and I just read this. My question was, especially seeing the locus maps of where everything was. So if there's an non-salvageable tree, and I assume there's probably still insects in that tree, what is the, and this is a okay one or a salvageable one, should we, I'm just throwing this out as a scientific question, should we treat the ones that don't have other bad guys around them, or as soon as you stop, they're going to get reinfected, or I don't know. Is that an issue? That, in other words, in an area where you've got, okay, this one's all right, but it's got three bad ones around it, is it worthwhile to treat that one?
Yes, because this is a systemic insecticide. So the tree takes it up, it's not like an external spray. The tree takes it up, and it's in the tissues of the tree where the emerald ash borer feeds. And so regardless of how many trees are around it, that tree is protected.
Okay,
And you know, there are all sorts of data about which particular insecticide is the most effective over blah, blah, blah. But the one that they recommend is I guess, the best, so far as I've read. But they are the experts in terms of which one to pick. But that's why protecting these trees seems to make sense, the ones that are treatable. Seems to make sense because not only are you looking at the roadway trees, but you're looking at all the ash trees that are on people's property that were not surveyed or cataloged at all. So there will be pressure on every treatable tree that from this insect. And so that's why we think it's pretty important to see if we can find a way to inject those trees.
So I get a couple questions up. Wayne made some reference to, I don't remember how you phrase it, Wayne, but to sort of the risk going by, you know, not knowing if it's 10 years or something like. Is there, in fact, like a peak to the, you know, the rampage of the emerald ash borer, where at some point there isn't a high enough remaining tree density that the
that's a good question.
that the insect is no longer, I mean, we're sort of the last stage before the ocean. So it got, you know, it came in somewhere in the upper Midwest and has been progressing throughout the country. So other areas of the country have had 20 plus years to look at it and try to understand what's going on. Is there reason to believe that the risk does pass by at some point?
It does. Fred, you could answer that. I know we were looking into that detail, if you like.
Well, Wayne, if you know, I was going to say, I think that there's not really been any studies to deal with what that curve looks like in terms of the you know, as the infections peak and then they go down. Certainly, it does have to do with the density of live trees that are around. But I just am not aware of that particular data or study. Maybe Wayne knows better.
I mean, it seems to me that, not to cut off Wayne, but it seems to me that if that is in fact the case, and that kind of maybe will inform us long-term on how to deal with this. You know, we might deal with it one way short-term and another way long-term based on that.
And I would say that short-term here is 10 years.
Yes, I agree with Fred. I asked this question 8 or 9 years ago when they found EAB in Methuen, I believe was one of the first places we saw it at the Loop. And it was attacking the trees in the parking lot, the Loop. And that was the first question I asked, like, if we get out for like 5 years and they leave, is that great? But nobody has, it depends on the density of trees you have, and the environment. Obviously, if you don't have a lot of ash tree, they're going to travel right through your community real quick and go find some other ash trees. If we have a lot of ash, then they could spend some more time in our area. We were predicting in Newburyport when I was over there between 10 and 15 years. And that was just a guess. That was 8-9 years ago. So, you know, do I agree with Fred with the 10 years? Fred, you got a better guess than I do. I mean, I can't tell you if it's going to go away 10 years from now. I don't think it's going away next year. I'll tell you that. 2 or 3 years from now, it's still here.
Oh, yeah, I don't think there's any question.
Yeah.
I didn't think that, personally, I thought that once it was present, that you were pretty much sunk. But
Yeah,
maybe
well, one of the objectives that's being studied is what happens to the ash tree stand in an area when the emerald ash borer leaves, and how much regeneration there is of the young trees in that area. And, you know, as I said, all this is being studied out, especially in the Midwest, because they had it first. Sorry.
And Fred, if I could just add one more, Rick, is, you know, we have a number of trees that could be treated. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. We could set a cost, we could prioritize trees and do $15,000 worth of trees and pick in certain numbers to treat every, year. It doesn't have to be, have to save them all. I think we're ahead of some communities, other communities are ahead of us, but there's a bunch of communities in Essex County that just threw up their hands and said, oh, it's too late. So, I mean, I'm at the point where I hate to lose 100% of our ash tree in town, but I don't, it's very expensive to treat 177 the 177 trees we have in town. And I understand that might really put people off spending $60,000 or $30,000 a year treating for EAB, that we're not guaranteed 100% that the solution will save the trees. I feel confident we'll save some, but it's a lot of money.
What's roughly the cost again to treat and the cost and the average cost for removal? I'm guessing the cost for removal depends somewhat upon the size of the tree.
It is. It is.
And so what's the average cost for removal versus the average cost for treatment?
For 10 years, so that would be 5 injections over the 10-year period, assuming every other year. The cost is between $200 and $300 per tree. So multiply that
2
out.
years.
Multiply that out, you get $1,000 to $1,500 over the next 10 years per tree.
Okay.
That you would save. The cost for removal for a tree is minimum $3,000. So it's double the cost of removing a dead tree versus the cost of injecting it and hopefully saving it. It's true. This is one of those tough issues where you need to put money up front to save more money later on. And it's tough sometimes to justify putting the money up front. But if you take the longer view, the more trees we save, the more with injections now, the more money you're saving over the long term. But that is, that's a political question.
So the trees that are not going to be treated aren't necessarily going to be removed unless
Well,
they're hazard.
That's a whole nother issue.
Obviously not all
And much larger issue in terms of cost to remove the dead trees. But yes, they would just remain standing and remain dead, and high risk trees would certainly be prioritized for removal.
So there were trees, there were multiple classes. I think there were 4 different classes of trees. And, there were the trees that appeared to be completely healthy and unaffected. Then there were the trees that looked like they were at some limited degree of decline. And I would think that your probability of success in protecting a tree would be greatest with the trees that are healthiest and less so otherwise. So,
Well, let me
is that not necessarily the case?
Let me interject. I think that is one way of looking at it.
Yeah.
The other way of looking at it is that the healthy trees may give you more time. So the logical extension of what you just said is, let's address the most healthy trees first. You can argue the other way, which
That
is
wasn't where I was going.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, where I was going was that, one of the things that we need to look at is removal. Okay, so which trees are high hazard trees and which trees are not high hazard trees. And if there's a somewhat impacted tree that would be maybe a marginal treatment, and it's far enough off the roadway that we think it's not a high hazard tree, and it would take itself down without risk, does it make sense to look at trees like that and say, I think we'll take a pass and let it die, because we don't know what our success rate would be with it anyway, and it's not going to create a hazard. It isn't that I want to see the ash trees go away. I'm just trying to be practical about how we spend dollars.
Yes, I think that you're correct, but I'll still make my other argument. You're correct in that we have not done, and certainly Bartlett's, the people that did the survey, did not attempt to prioritize in any way
Yeah.
which trees should be injected. And that is both a technical and a political and an economic issue along the lines that you've suggested. What I was going to suggest is that if a tree is very healthy now, you may have a little more time to delay injection of that tree because it's healthy, and you can wait for a couple of years and devote your dollars to the trees that are more marginal. That's just the other argument, all of which would go into this idea of how we prioritize which trees to inject, which is, I think, why Wayne is approaching it the other way, which is, and I'll speak for you, Wayne, and tell me if I'm wrong. He's saying, just tell me how many dollars I can have, or we can have, and then we'll figure out from there what makes the most sense, as opposed to trying to do it from the health point of view, from the health of the tree point of view.
Just the politics of this, to sell it to the public, okay? So what about a pilot program where for the first year we try, I don't know, 10 or 15 trees and give them the best shot, no pun intended, and see what happens, see if that really works. I think it's going to be a hard sell to go, or we're going to treat 100 trees or whatever, and without when we say we're going to fix a sidewalk, it's not really a gamble. The sidewalk is probably going to be fixed, but if we're going to spend $60,000 to inject some trees, and we don't have a track record that it's going to work. I'm just trying to make it so that it's saleable, and I wonder if that's a way to go.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that the idea of putting the word pilot program in there is probably a good one from the political point of view. But the technical issues still remain, which is, okay, which type of trees are we actually going to pick for the pilot program? But I hear what you're saying, and I think that's a good idea. There is a lot of information on the success rate for injected trees. That is, and I don't have it in front of me, but that, because the tree companies have been doing that for quite a while. So they can tell you, look, for this category of trees, we have a 75%.
Okay. And it's pretty,
success rate.
it's pretty, established.
Yeah, of course, they won't guarantee it, but they can give you an idea that, okay, if we do the healthiest trees, we'll get 90% saving rate. If we do that next category, we'll get 75.
Yeah, I mean, it strikes me that if we're gonna do it at all, that we ought to go all in. I mean, that's my take on it, is if you're gonna do it, then you go all in. But if there are trees that are less likely, in that second category, those are the ones that I would question. If there's a group of trees that's 90% probability, another tree that's a group of trees that's 60 or 75% probability, I think you spend your money on the high probability ones and get, there's high assurance at that point that you're going to get more surviving trees than if you do a mix of the two.
But
and the reason why you don't wait is because every day you wait is a day's.
But are there some trees that are never going to be affected, or everybody's going to be affected ultimately?
That's a big question.
I'll say it this way: every ash tree in town has the potential to be infected.
Okay.
All right. Location, the surrounding tree issue, all that matters to some degree. But yes, every tree is potentially infected.
So are white ash more or less susceptible than green ash?
No, the emerald ash
It's the same.
borer attaches all ash species of ash trees.
So Rick, if I could just get back to you on trying to figure out which ones are gonna fall, or, you know, for predicting the high hazard tree. It's not as easy as that. Obviously, you know, if a tree has a huge lean on it, it's obvious, but I think that's a small percentage of trees that have that. I mean, a tree could be leaning one way, fall, hit another tree, fall into the street. So if we were looking at categorizing trees, I'd have to look at each tree and see what their distance is to the power line and try to base it maybe on that type of criteria, and what it affects. But it's not as obvious as you drive out. It's like, well, if that tree dies, it's going to fall into the farm. It's not an issue. It's going to fall into the wetland. It's not going to be an issue. It's not that easy. I wish it was.
And I'll just not only echo what Wayne said, but the professional arborists have a matrix of consideration to assess the risk, likelihood of failure, what damage can be done to persons or property, and so on. And so they at least have a lot of experience in determining what degree of hazard there is for particular trees. Wayne can do it, other people can do it, is all I'm saying.
Okay, so what, I guess,
What now?
what should be, you know, what, should we want to dedicate a warrant article for a bigger chunk of money in the spring, or is your recommendation that maybe we should start doing a few in the next few months, or what do you think we should do?
Well, let me, and I know Wayne will want to say, I think that the spring is the major time. That'll give us enough time to do the kind of technical inquiries that have been suggested by your questions. So we can come to you and present a much more definitive picture on, okay, given everything, let's go after these trees. And this is the cost. I don't believe that there are funds that are available to do anything this fall, but I'm not sure. Wayne, do you want to address this?
There is no funds to treat this fall. So we were planning on a spring. If we got a positive feedback from the select board, we were thinking about putting in an article, and I didn't put a dollar amount on it yet because I wanted to talk about it with everybody first. Put an article into treat trees. I don't know if I'm really sold on 177 of them yet, and I think it's good that I like Fred stepping back idea. We talked about that. I'm not coming to you telling you that I'm going to ask for 177 trees in the spring. We might, but I think we should do a little bit more research on that. But it's 177 was great that we could save them, but I was really nervous about the cost of that, obviously. So I think we would like to come with something in the spring, and it'll be more thought out about how we treat these and how many we'll treat and how much the dollar amount is. And we could probably get a real quote on treatment also.
Is there?
Wayne, what?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Wayne, what about just, again, something that the voters could look at and doing, just doing 3 or 4 trees this fall.
This fall?
Well,
I
we
guess
do
the
have
numbers
trees.
the numbers are too small to make it scientific.
Yeah, I mean, what information would you get from that?
And
You
it's
get
too
like
short of,
maybe a
it's too
success
short
rate,
of a time
and the
span.
sample is
Yeah.
too small
Yeah,
to give you any kind of indication
it's
what the
just,
future will hold.
it's just anecdotal and it's not
So-
long enough.
So is there,
Oh, and
Is there
let me
any-
just add that we could get a lot of information, hopefully from Bartlett's, on the injection of private property trees that they've been doing for a while. That may somehow be available. to us,
Okay.
Which would lend some information to us on how to proceed. So I'm sorry.
well, it sort of ties in with that. Is there any economies of scale in how many trees you do? I mean, does it cost you the same amount for 1 tree as 10 trees as 100 trees? The same amount per tree for 1 tree, 10 trees, 100 trees?
I would like to think so.
So,
I think we get usually a pretty good price from some vendors. I don't, from what I understand, we don't get economies of scale pricing.
okay.
That's,
If- and-
but I'm
and-
not saying,
And Fred, you're right, because I think it breaks up to $338 a tree with the estimate that they gave us. If we want to treat 10 trees, I bet it's gonna be a lot more money than 338 trees. So it is.
So the reason why I asked that is, if the town gears up and is gonna do 100 trees or 150 trees or 177 trees, is there an opportunity for residents in town who would like to try to protect trees on their property to, in a separate agreement with whoever the vendor is that's gonna do the injections here, to piggyback on the business that's being done for the town? Because there are clearly gonna be a lot more trees on privately owned land than there are on town owned land. And if it was possible, an option for, for individuals to treat trees on their property at a more reasonable price, it would get more people to treat trees.
Every time I've asked a question like that, they've politely declined to take that approach.
So it's a touchy subject because we can't be advertising somebody in town to go use them. Can the tree commission lightly say something like that about a vendor? By the way, the town's, there's vendors in town doing work. Maybe you could do some, or our friends of West Newbury Trees, could they say something? But I don't think as a tree warden, I would say in writing that so-and-so tree services in town this year, please feel free to reach them. I mean, I would, I like to say it, but somebody else could say that somehow, and then maybe they piggyback. But Fred is absolutely right, because I asked the vendor, it's like, well, if we get like 800 residents who sign up on a list and say they'll use you, does our price get down lower, or does their price get down? And they don't want to test that with 10-foot pole, because I believe that that's where their money's at. It's not working for the town, believe it or not. It's the one owner who's having 3 trees treated in the back of the yard, who have no idea how much it costs to be treated for EAB. So, I mean, why does a tree guy tell you it costs, $8,000 to remove a tree in your backyard, and I could do it in the front of your house for $3,000? They're coming to do that one tree where they're doing 29 trees for the town. So it's definitely, I don't think their money is with the town. It's definitely private.
Okay.
That's a good answer. I hadn't thought about that conflict issue, so.
Yeah, all these are really good questions, and I will say that I think the town ought to be congratulated on approving the money to conduct this study, because it really does give us a good basis for going forward and asking the right technical questions, the right economic questions, and the right political questions to see what we want to do. So, but without this study, we'd be shooting in the dark.
Yep.
So I think that the follow-up, Archie, would be for it, assuming the select board would like us to proceed, we'll go forward with trying to develop some more specific options and maybe handle some of the questions that you've asked and come up with a plan, or maybe several optional plans for you to pick from, saying, okay, for this money and this approach, here's what you get, and then vary that for a couple of options and see where we are before the town, the spring meeting.
Okay,
That's good.
sounds like a plan.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, good question.
Thanks.
Thanks, Wayne.
The report was good. It was really good.
Yeah, succinct and I thought really informative. And the only thing I was annoyed at is I couldn't quite find the location of the trees that are right in front of my house. Exactly. Through their database, but other than that, and that was just my own being picky. Yeah, I thought it was a really good report. That they are a really good company.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. And we'll wait on the article for the playground.
We can do it. Yeah.
You want
And
Yeah.
then we've got Judy and Michelle here as well on the conservation article. So
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Which,
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay.
so
do you want to do the
It'd be good if we could cut Wayne loose. So I assume he wants to be part of this conversation. I mean.
Well, what are you trying to say?
yeah.
you need your rest, Wayne.
Yeah, well, just quickly, the issue came up about whether or not the Page School playground, the new playground, could stand to have some shade trees around it. There are a couple of trees and the location is a really rugged one, and it's somewhat challenging to site trees because they're ball fields that abut the playground, and so but we did a site visit and with one of the vendors and came up with a proposal for that they would select and plant the trees. And that gives us a guarantee. And we also decided together that red maples were the way to go as being a particularly hardy tree for that location. And then because Wayne is always very cautious about committing funds for tree planting without also planning for watering, which is critical in the first several years, we also went to a vendor that handles watering at the library grounds and got the estimate for what it would cost for that person to water the 8 trees at the playground. So I can't remember what the final number is. I don't have it in front of me. It's 12,000 something, I think.
Yes.
And so that was submitted with the article, and so we're seeking approval from the at the fall town meeting for $12,000 plus to fund the installation of 8 trees that would provide shade at the Page School new playground. It would be a couple years before the shade is ample, if you will, for the site. But the cost of putting in larger trees is exponentially greater. So the idea is to try to maximize the size of the trees that and there'll be 1.5 to 2 inch diameter trees to start. But we would want, red maple are fast growing. So hopefully it will be, unless we want to spend a lot more money on larger trees to get immediate impact, we thought this was the best way to go.
And what do you mean by the guarantee?
I'm not exactly sure, but when they do the selection and they do the installation, they guarantee the survival of it. My understanding, pending being corrected by the people who make the guarantees, is that they will guarantee the survival for the first year, provided there's not total, you don't do any watering or anything like that, normal care. And if the tree dies, they'll replace it. That's my understanding, but I'm sorry, I don't have the details on that.
So how close to the playground will these be?
Well, it depends on where the ball fields are and where the sun is, because it doesn't make much sense to put a lot of trees on the north side of the playground because the shade will be, sort of the other way. So they are, some are fairly, we don't have a site plan. We eyeballed it, but I don't have a site plan I can give you. But let's just say they'll all be within 50 feet of the current playground for now. And some might be closer, some might be closer to 50 feet.
I think it's a worthwhile idea. I like the idea. I have a problem going back to the town meeting and saying we just spent 500,000 on the playground. We need 10, 12 more. I don't know. I just have a problem with that. It seems like maybe that could be something. My thought was that maybe that could be something that the Page PTO or something could help fund. Just my thoughts. We just went for really a big chunk of money for the playground, and now we're trying to upgrade it, and it's only been open for a month.
So we do have some available funds left in the account. I did order some trash barrels to be installed there in the spring, which is around $4,000. So I think we might have around $5,000 or $6,000 that were remaining in the paid school fund. So if we could do those numbers and crunch those and see if we could ask for less of an article, or like, Archie said maybe because fundraise the other part of it, but I mean, I have a little bit, but not a lot of money. Maybe at the end of the day, maybe once the smoke clears, we might have $5,000 plus remaining. Doesn't get you many trees.
We do fewer trees? I mean. I
You get
see
you fewer
what
trees.
Yeah,
It's,
you
it's
can
the
do-
watering. It's the watering is the money, correct, Fred? It's the watering is where the money's at. And
Well, yes, it's about $4,000 a
Yep.
year for the watering. So it's not cheap.
4,000 a year?
Yeah.
For how many years do we?
It might be, there were two estimates. One was for 20 trees and one was for less, and I may be mixing up. Sorry, I don't have the information in front of me. I should. It is in the package though, attached, all the estimates are.
Yeah,
attached to the
I saw it,
package,
yeah.
so, okay. The only other consideration another consideration that might be relevant to you is getting a jump start this fall. Because planting in the fall is a really good idea because the roots grow and then you have a jump start on spring growth. If we need to wait until the spring in the normal course of funding and not ask for special funding on top of what the town has already nicely supported for the playground, you will lose that jump start. So that's the reason for the fall article, because it has to do with the rapidity of growth and how fast we can expect good shade from those trees.
And the water is brought in a tanker, is that correct?
You know, I'm not sure how he does it.
most of them have little tanks in the back of a pickup
Yeah.
truck, like you see with the planters and on Main Street.
And where do they get that water from?
It's a great question. I always wonder where they got that water from. It
Fiji
just shows up.
water.
It just
Yeah.
shows up. It
I
just
have
shows up.
I have some concern about the.
Yep.
You know, how it looks if we're in a drought and nobody can water their lawns, but we're spending $5,000 watering.
Well, the way the watering is done is depending on the girth of the tree. So the first year, a tree that's 2 inches in diameter would be expected to get gallons of water per week. So 8 trees, 80 gallons per week, that's really not a whole lot. And it is applied directly by hose or by bucket to the root zone. So we're not, spraying into the air and doing sprinkler systems.
So this is just the labor that's so expensive?
To be honest, I got the estimate and I did not
Okay.
ask for.
I believe so. I've done watering contracts in the past, and I've had to call vendors and beg them to do it because nobody wants to do it. It's all labor. They get water for real cheap money, and they drive around water. It's all labor and moving the trees around. In our contracts in the past, I put out like you don't have to water it on a rainy week, so they lost money on that week because if we got 4 days of rain that week, then they skipped watering. Obviously, we're not going to water during a rainstorm. So it depends on how the contract's written, but it's a tough one because who wants a contract they're not sure if they're coming in this month or not, or this week. If we have 3 good weeks of rain, they get nothing, 0. So it's a tough one.
Although
Would that be interesting if the, you talk about contributions to the PTO. I mean, I wonder if they would, I don't know if that's a safe way to depend upon having a job done, but, if it was done locally by somebody who was doing it, who had a vested interest in making sure that the tree succeeded, is it possible to save, essentially the watering cost?
So we've tried that. I've tried that years ago at my other employer. There, we had people that were very excited to have a tree planted in front of the house, and they watered it for 3 weeks, and then they forgot and moved on with life again. So we ended up dying in front of their house. So people have great intention, even when it's in front of their house, they have a hard time watering it. When you put it the other end of town, I don't feel positive that, maybe they'll do it for the first month because it's exciting and they bring the kids up with the bucket, and then life happens and then they lose track. And water is one of those tough things to transport. It's not easy to move around. If it's one thing, if you're watering a tree in front of your house, you can take the bucket, go outside of the street, pour it in front of you. In West Newbury, it's tougher because our edges roadway so much further away from your house. But even street trees in another town nearby, people wouldn't walk 15 feet to go water their tree after like the first 2 or 3 waters. Just, it's life happens and they move on. It's tough to get a commitment in there. And that's why I was telling Fred from the beginning, we need a vendor. If we're going to plant these, if they die, we look terrible to waste the money. And we don't get shade trees at the end of the day.
All my FinCom is coming to us tomorrow night also, I assume, so we have short circuiting, so I should or should not. My suggestion would be, if you're gonna plant the trees, it seemed like a significant amount, I can't remember the number, was the watering. And it's such a simple task to do. You know, you've got seniors who volunteer to get tax credits, you've got Boy Scouts in town who need to get public service, you've got high school kids who need service. I would think if you could eliminate the watering, plant the trees, come up with an internal program, and if you're worried about commitment to it, have a sign in, log in a date, you know, run a hose out of Page School, they do make a wand you stick into the ground, so Fred said it doesn't go. It's a pretty simple process. I would think if you want to make it successful, you can do it with the money that Wayne possibly has already left in his account.
I think Wayne would say that's not the experience that he has had. It sounds great. Volunteers and service, and guess what? It's not an easy task lugging the water around. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that experience has shown that that's a really tough road, which is why we chose to at least cost out what a contractor would cost. So that it's sort of a turnkey operation. We let the contractor worry about that. And otherwise, there's a lot of hours spent on making all these arrangements. And there's really no guarantee that whomever you are relying upon to do the watering on a volunteer basis is actually going to do it in time. So for example, in this year's drought, I was watering my young saplings twice a week, oftentimes. And then during the rainy period, you can skip a week. You know, I don't know whether or not the volunteers would have that kind of knowledge or that kind of ability to be flexible, whereas I think the contractor would. But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that it sounds great. It's tough to pull off. That's all. And I think that's Wayne's experience. Wayne, did you want to say yes, I'm right, or no, I'm wrong, or what?
I've been burnt many times. I even had residents signed a contract saying that they will water the tree in front of their house, and it died. So, and I drove by, and the bag was down the pole, lying on the sidewalk, people walking on it, the gated bag. I mean, what am I going to do? Bang on the door and say you signed the contract, water this tree? I'm going to rip it out. There's too many to deal with. It's really tough to expect volunteers to transport water. At the Page School, for example, there's no spigot but a hydrant. Hydrants are not friendly for people who not logistically knowledge about how to open up a hydrant and put the attachment on and put the hose on. So that's how we watered the grass that went to all heck because of the drought. But the water source is difficult at Page School without using the hydrant. And then obviously the water pump's kind of issue when we tap the hydrant too, because that shakes up the water too. So I like the idea of them bringing the water to the site because it doesn't disturb the tank up at Page School. So it's a lot of little logistic stuff that you just have to think about.
Okay, any further comments?
I don't think so. Not for me.
Okay,
So we're just voting to put this on the warrant? We haven't done it, right?
That would be making a recommendation.
Oh,
Well,
We have to
no,
vote.
it's both. It's, yeah. I mean, you kept it on as a
we kept it on the
placeholder
warrant.
with the idea that you
Okay.
wanted more information.
okay.
And then a recommendation, which you could make tonight or not, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'd like to wait and let the FinCom, do their deliberations, see what they have to say. Before we make a recommendation.
I'm fine with that. Hey, question for Wayne though. Wayne, if an organization, not an individual, but an organization here in town were to come out and offer to water the trees, would that make you any more comfortable?
The only organization I would trust is the Garden Club of West Newbury, because they have a track record, and you can see by when you drive around town. They do water things, and they're great at it. So, I mean, I would put 100% support behind them.
And that's Fred's wife.
Wayne, you are 100% incorrect, much as I love you to death. It's really, Garden Club is having it's a real challenge even for them to keep up with the watering.
But they still look good though. However they're doing it, they managed to get some of the town hall planter and around town. I know they have challenges, and it's really a challenge. They do a great job though.
If my wife were here, she'd say, forget it.
I know. That's Rick asked about an organization. That's a well-oiled organization. You know.
Yeah, I was thinking of the PTO approach, which certainly I hadn't considered before.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot to mention. Depending on what happens, and I have some deadlines that are coming up shortly, my intention is to apply for a challenge grant for half the money. That's pretty serious oversight by me, and not mention
Bearing the lead.
Bearing the lead. Like we had the challenge grant for a couple of years ago. You have to front the money from the town, but then after the grant period is over, we get reimbursed 50%.
From who?
From the state. Now, there's no guarantee that the grant application will be approved.
Yeah.
And we have some ideas about how to sweeten that. Being a tree city is one, but also having educational component, community component to the tree planting is also another thing. So hopefully we would be able to get back 50% of the money, whatever the outlay is.
That would be the cost of the trees alone, or the cost of the trees and the watering?
Both. So the total cost in half,
So it could come out of what's left. Close to.
Yeah, relative.
Well, except that you need the full amount of
No,
program.
I understand that.
Yeah, except I'm not sure if you want to use that money in the fall, or you would feel more comfortable waiting until the spring to see it's actually available, but that's up to me. I would certainly recommend fall planting if at all feasible.
Yeah, so if this was passed at town meeting, they could be planted in November, and.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the watering would not begin until the following spring, assuming, reasonable rainfall in December.
Right.
Okay, so you'd rather wait on the FinCom?
Actually, I don't know why we need, I mean, we can make our recommendation and then the fence, I don't, personally, I think the select board can make its own recommendation, the FinCom can make theirs.
Okay,
I don't know.
okay, we need a motion.
Okay, well, I guess I move that we would approve the request for funding to plant and tend to by watering. What was the number of trees again? Eight red maple trees around the new playground up behind Page School.
Second.
Further discussion?
Just in terms of the order of consideration, Archie, you've been here a lot longer than I have, but I think it's been customary over the years that the board votes its recommendation before it goes to FinCom. That hasn't always happened. In a really high profile instance, that did happen in fall of 2019 with the Soldier Sailors, where the board hadn't made a recommendation, had put it on the warrant, hadn't made a recommendation, it went to FinCom. FinCom made a recommendation, the board later made a different recommendation. We have a new FinCom, we got a chairperson tonight, but I do know that the former chair felt really strongly that he did not want the FinCom to even take something up until the board had made a recommendation, because in that particular instance, he felt And I told them that was not the intent, but he felt that they were kind of a trial balloon, you know, that the board like proposed the article, didn't want to make a recommendation, wanted FinCom to do it. FinCom then took the slings and arrows, and the board took a different recommendation. I was there, that was not the intent. I had told FinCom that, but that was the perception.
Well, I would completely, it's irrelevant now, but I would completely disagree with
It
you.
was not in any way.
But,
that
the
time, that was
FinCom is, the purpose of the FinCom is to make recommendations and help the select board with their financial, they can dig deeper into the issues than we can, and, I would completely disagree with that.
But
Yeah.
so that's why I was suggesting, I mean,
Yeah.
I would, on many articles, I would like to have FinCom's recommendation. You know,
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just want to make that point because we're meeting tomorrow night and we have a new chair. I don't know with this new FinCom what their expectations are. I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure that out on a range of issues.
right.
And so I just wanted to make you aware of the history, and I don't know what they will think. But some number of them may think that they don't want to take a recommendation till the select board. So I just, you know, where you need to do what you think is right. I just want to make you aware of that context. So,
Okay,
Okay, well. All those in favor?
well, I vote against. I don't know.
Are you voting abstain or?
No, against.
I'm voting against. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Joe, but
It's still
will appear on the
still
warrant.
worthwhile, we'll, you know,
And just to be clear, so will appear on warrant, but with a 1-2 recommendation against.
correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got, let's see, I know, you know, we've got Judy, Michelle been here for a while.
Yeah.
Brad's arrived more recently. Christian, I think it's gonna be a little bit before we get to the assessing. You're welcome to stick around, but if you want me to text you when it seems like we're closer, the meeting's running kind of long today.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Where we've got, I mean, you can, but where we've got Judy, Michelle, I would respectfully suggest.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. So I gotta find, it's hard finding all these things.
So this was item 3 on the September 1st list, and yeah, the email in there from Michelle, you know, outlining the proposal and the intent.
Okay,
I've got.
Good evening.
oh, okay, hi.
Hi, this is Judy. I mean, I think that it's pretty well set out in that email. We are looking to do a mailing to provide information about the bylaw and regulations that we hope to be presenting at the next annual town meeting, and to get some input on those proposals. Since there was last time that we brought this up before it was removed, there were a lot of concerns from townspeople that we would like to address. And so by providing information and asking them to tell us, what do you like, what do you don't like, what would you like more information on, we hope that we can come up with a bylaw and regulations that the town can support.
My question is a philosophical one. The Conservation Commission is saying that the townspeople want this article, but then you're trying to, you need to spend town money to solicit to increase their interest or to solicit their participation. I've never been in the situation where and for my time on the FinCom, my time on the Select Board, I've never had a situation where money was requested for a warrant article to get money to give information to people so that they would then vote on an actual warrant article. I don't know, it's kind of unprecedented.
If I could on this one, I think the mentality that I had, and I came away with it after we had the discussions when the article didn't go through in the spring, listening to people both in the meetings and then as asides, people that would call, listening to their emails. A lot of people felt that the bylaw didn't represent them and what their interests were, but they generally were supportive of a bylaw. So we had that conversation with the commission, had that conversation. Obviously, I was there for that. And I think this could give that opportunity to get some of that feedback on what resources do the people in town feel like need more protection? How does that process look? And then as far as soliciting information, I think this is kind of very similar to an open space survey in drafting an open space and recreation plan where you're presenting information and you're soliciting feedback so you know what direction to go in.
I think it's not actually a survey. I think it's trying to direct it seems to me that it's a top down, that this is a top down project, and that there's not a groundswell of people demanding that this take place, that it's coming from the Conservation Commission, and that this is to drum up support. The only people that will answer this survey are people that will be supportive.
Well, I disagree with that, Archie. I mean, the people who came to the meetings that we had were not all supportive. The purpose of this, yes, the Conservation Commission believes that a bylaw is a good thing for the town, but we are looking to put together a bylaw and regulations that the town will support and that the town feels would be a good thing for the town. And so we're looking for.
There were probably 25 people at the meeting. So it wasn't like nobody paid any attention. And, I've been a thorn in the side of this whole idea, but none of the criticisms that I had were addressed at all. And some of them I feel are completely are legitimate, and they just simply were not even considered. So I don't think you actually want to hear what people really think about it. That's why I think the survey will be slanted. I'm sorry, that's what I think.
Well, when you're asking people open-ended questions about what they want to see, I don't see how you can view that as a slanted proposition.
But nobody, but where are all the people that saying they want to see this? You're asking them we want you to be enthusiastic about this. And where are all these people?
I think there are a lot of people that are in support of a bylaw. I think the conversations that I was present for, there's always very vocal people on both sides, opposing and in support of. And I think by being able to get a survey out in front of everyone, and it's obviously a voluntary survey, it gives them an opportunity to really, address their issues and what they want to see in that bylaw in a more fair way. And then we have a very bigger demographic, a very bigger sample size of information that we're working with as, the commission goes along drafting regulations, possibly revising the draft bylaw. It's you better represent the town.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the bylaw and also of getting more public engagement in the process, but I don't feel like this is the way to do it, to get, you know, to have a warrant article, to have town vote for funds to support the commission in this work. I mean, you could have public engagement sessions, you know, without a fee or a charge, you know, just by having
Sure.
public. Hearing.
And we had some, and I think that time has shown that most of those are not very well attended. People are busy. And if they have something that they can review at their leisure and provide responses at their leisure, then perhaps we will get greater input and greater understanding.
And why can't the wetlands protection account be used?
We did look at that. Michelle and I looked at that closely and,
I mean, this is furthering the interests. Of
well, we felt it was marginal. And trust me, I was hoping to, if I felt there was a strong case to me, I reread the DOR guidance and I think it was marginal because of how it's written, because it's basically proposed regulations, not existing.
Mhm.
I didn't feel I could make a strong case.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't think we can do it.
I don't know, I actually think that more people are likely to respond to this than are likely to attend public information sessions, just based on history and you know, having seen enough public opportunities to contribute where the only people who show up are the people who have something in their mind active right at that point in time. And if it happens to be convenient that particular evening, whereas if something comes in the mail, you have a longer opportunity, longer time to actually look at it, think about it, and either put it in the recycling or put some notes on it and send it back. And I understand about the concern that, you know, it would be phrased in such a way to support the idea, but I think it can be done otherwise. I think it can be made so that it's completely objective.
Have you considered doing an online survey? I mean, that would be free if we just do an email blast asking all interested.
Yeah, I don't have an email list for everyone in town. I guess that's the issue. I did intend to use like SurveyMonkey or another online system for submitting the survey responses. I just don't have a way to email. The commission doesn't maintain like a mailer list for people.
Right, I think the town email blast, so that's a pretty robust list of people. If you just use that and say, you know, go to the Concom webpage or whatever to fill out the survey, that might be effective. Something doesn't feel right about this. It's a, you know, as much as I support the bylaw, there's like a dedicated objective you want out of this, and I don't know that it's right for the town to raise money to support you and something that, you know, maybe the entire town doesn't support.
If there was another portion, just kind of at the end of that page one that's on the screen, you know, really whittle it down, but just a couple $100 for legal notifications of public outreach, if that is more what the select board wants to see. It's not something that was carried in the general commission budget.
What is that?
I feel like she's referring to legal cost to advertise, but yes, it is just a couple $100. I don't know if the Concom expense budget is typically spent down to zero, but it seems like that's a small enough amount of money that it could either be paid out of a different line, like the select board operating expenses, or potentially overspent with a line item transfer. Obviously, that relies on the approval of FinCom, but I would look at, something on the order of $200 to $300 as
You mean a newspaper ad?
yeah, like.
Why would you
Okay.
even need a legal
You
notice?
don't,
Yeah.
you
No,
don't.
that's not needed.
It's not
not
required, but it was something that was talked about the last cycle, and I think they're trying to make, an effort to try to, be transparent. So,
I mean,
no, it's
but
not
that's
legally
the,
required
that's the,
for
that's like,
general bylaw.
that's like, the,
I don't know.
I subscribe to the paper, but having said that, that's like the least effective, like
That's not-
two people might read the legal notices in the.
Don't you read
or
classified ads?
Like, oh, like, so-and-so's is filing for a variance, and who reads those? I mean, come on.
I guess my point is, if there's not dedicated funding, and if that ends up being an objective, I think we can find the money to do a legal act. I don't know that alone would justify a warrant article, which is gonna spend some amount of time to process.
Okay,
So I would move that we do not place this on the warrant for the fall time meeting.
second. Further discussion? All those in favor of Wendy's motion? Aye.
No,
Before I hop off, are you discussing the invasives article? I don't mind staying on for that as well. I'm not trying to get it to go out of order, but just out of curiosity, I can stay on.
We did have that pencil in for discussion tonight. We don't have any, I didn't have any more print materials for the board. I did tell them in a memo I wrote, about the meeting that took place on Thursday afternoon, and that there was some pencil sharpening going on, but I didn't have anything written, so it's really up to the board if you want to talk about it tonight, or if you want to wait. I feel like with Michelle here, it'd be good to do. It really came down to, well, I don't,
Just so, can you pull that memo up or
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
Thursday?
that was in the current packet.
Oh, there it is.
Invasive species, map 9A to review the proposal, updated proposal anticipated, dollar amount expected to be a bit higher than this summer's $8,000 expense to account for updated wages expenses. Select board has not voted its recommendations. So part of the discussion that took place on Thursday's meeting was the minimum wage will go up modestly in January, but also there was discussion of, in the event that, let's say, one of this year's interns reapplied, it would seem to justify more of a lead intern type designation and pay scale. So it seemed like rounding up from 8,000 to maybe on the order of 10,000. So there's a little bit of budget flexibility. With that said, I don't have it in front of me, but the actual expenses were under 7,000 for this summer. So there is
Including the computers and.
including the iPads. Yeah, it was lower than I would have thought. But also Michelle had reviewed with the work group the other day, some of the equipment recommendations, some more loppers and extractigators.
Mhm.
last year, we purposefully put a little bit more in there than our map showed we'd need, because we didn't really know what to expect. And, it was possible that, you know, that there would be things that we hadn't accounted for that would come up, and interestingly, that didn't happen. In fact, the thing that we hadn't really accounted for, I don't think we'd accounted for the cost of IPACs. They did come up, and yet it still was, you know, over $1,000 under the budget amount, so that was good. Was there a sunset date, or what was the sunset date? What was it?
It was 6:30 of 23.
Okay,
My only question, I haven't reviewed this in detail, but where the article was written for summer 2022, I
Yeah.
would want to look at how the motion was written, but I wouldn't say without looking at it, whether that necessarily could be used next summer.
Yeah.
Even if the sunset date goes through next summer,
okay,
because if the motion was clearly envisioning summer 2022, I wouldn't feel totally comfortable.
Yeah.
Taking the extra rolling
Okay.
forward.
okay, yeah,
That was just. That was last fall, that's right.
yeah, yeah. Okay, and that's understandable, but if the motion wasn't that specific, then potentially we'd have, how much, what was left, $1,100, $1,300, something like that.
I forget.
Yeah, so it was something a little over 1,000, I think.
So Michelle, what are you envisioning in terms of staffing? Would you still have 2 positions at 20 hours a week?
Kind of touched on that a little bit at the meeting on Thursday. I think 2 would make sense. 20 hours a week seem to be good, especially with the way the summers are going really hot. It gives them the flexibility to kind of schedule themselves when things are going to be a little cooler and take off if there's going to be hazardous weather without having to worry about like coming in on a Saturday or something to make up hours to get to 25. So I think 20 was good. We briefly discussed a possibility of maybe doing 3 interns. There was a little conversation about how that could change the dynamics of like working in a small group versus working with a partner, and maybe not for the better. So I think right now the plan is to, one of the big items we talked about was possibly focusing a little bit more on actual removal and management based on the data that was gathered this summer. And that kind of accounts for the extra costs with maybe some larger loppers. Right now, they just have little like hand clippers, maybe an additional extractigator, so they could both be removing items, things like that.
So the current request is 10,000, is that right?
I haven't received that, and
Oh, okay.
no, that was kind
We
of my.
chatted
takeaway.
about it.
This meeting, I might be rounding up a little bit, but the idea coming out of Thursday's meeting was that there was gonna be, you know, some updated number.
Mhm.
But I don't want to say it was 10.
Okay, so we're not gonna vote on that tonight then, if we don't have the number, right?
Yeah, I'm good with not voting on it. If
We can make our own number.
Yeah, you can make
Oh.
it.
we did talk about 10 as a possible number, feeling, you know, not knowing exactly. I mean, there's still question as to exactly how things will be configured next year. And, you know, as Michelle said, there was some discussion of would it make sense to have a 3rd person, and then, you know, there's a question of dynamics, group dynamics, you know, versus working with with one other partner. But, you know, those are, I don't think that's all well formulated yet, you know, from one 45-minute meeting or hour meeting.
It seems like residents would want to know what they're voting for, you know, in terms of what the invasive intern program will look like.
Yeah,
So, I mean, do
yeah.
you think we'll have
And
that
I
in-
mean, I thought the whole thought was to do it now so that it's easier to recruit people in the early spring.
Right.
So we sort of have to make a decision.
This cycle, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think if you don't tonight, your next regular meeting is until the 26th, which is really coming up at crunch time with the FinCom booklet.
Yeah,
Jim did pull both the article and the motion. Neither of them refer to summer 2022. They both refer to all costs and expenses pertaining to identifying, mapping, and remediating invasive species on public lands in West Newbury. So, and even the narrative of FinCom doesn't reference summer 2022. So that was definitely whatever understood, but there is no, so that remaining funds could be carried forward, or especially if there's equipment and things we can buy earlier.
And what was the amount, Jim?
It's 8,000.
Total was 8,000, but he wouldn't have the remaining balance. I have it on my binder on the desk.
Oh, but so if we did the same amount and then there'll be a.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Actually, I think that's-
actually, that actually would probably balance out pretty well.
I
If
think
there
it-
was a
That's a good
third,
idea.
if there
Okay.
was a third person, that would, and if there aren't additional iPads, there may be some additional hand tools, but what would the iPads cost? $400 or $500 a pop?
I think the combined cost was between $800 and $900.
Yeah, okay, so, you back that out and say there's another $300 worth of tools. There might actually be, using 8,000, if it was considered to be the best configuration to have 3 people, there might actually be enough funds there then to have 3 people. That's a big maybe, but I mean, but it's not unreasonable.
Well, I think we're gonna look at this going forward as an annual program. So
Yeah,
if we could do the same amount of funding, I think that would be.
Right, yeah. I mean, Angus had suggested the other day that, that maybe something eventually that we want it to be in the line item budget.
Mhm.
Just running the numbers on that really quick. If there were 3 people and none of the interns came back and they were all $15 each, I'm coming up with $9,000 just for paying them. So that wouldn't include mileage reimbursement. It wouldn't include anything else. You can run the numbers really quick again.
Yeah, and going from 2 to 3 is that's
That's
obviously.
a
Yeah.
big difference,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also wondering if it isn't gonna it's just one more person to deal with, and
Yeah,
one more person that Michelle has to deal with, yeah.
yeah. All right, I would move that we recommend this article for $8,000.
Second. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Right. Who was next? I think Brad was next. But
Thanks,
we've also
Michelle.
got- We also
Thanks,
do,
guys.
we have a staff person, President Christian, and his board member. So you guys are the elected officials, you can pick.
You're the chair. You can pick.
I think Christian was on he's been waiting on. And I think that'll be quick. He was, there he is, okay.
And Rich Baker obviously is
Yeah.
on the board of assessors as well.
I don't know if we'll have much to say. Christian lead it.
Christian, you have the floor.
He's on mute.
Yeah, good work.
Hello. I am putting forth an article asking for money for conversion of our CAMA software from our current Patriot software to the most recent release of the Vision Government Solutions CAMA software. My reasoning behind doing this is one, the Patriot software that we're running on is pretty antiquated. The version that we're running is about 10 years old, and the original release is even older than that. And so the advances in the assessing software have jumped forward a generation to say, where it's much improved and doesn't have as many of the headaches that I run into on a daily basis. Secondly, we're coming up to our recertification year in FY25, and I was looking to implement the software in order to have on hand and have a year with it before starting the certification year, and make sure that the numbers that we're getting out of our new valuation system are the best that we can provide the taxpayers.
Christian, what's the annual support for this software versus the Patriot software? Comparable, the annual fee?
It's a little less than what we're paying currently for Patriot software.
Okay.
And that's including the online support and GIS and cloud hosting as well.
There is the conversion the cost of the conversion that we need to warn article.
But that's a one
time.
yeah.
Yes.
So have we already paid for this fiscal year with Patriot?
Yes, we have.
We're actually.
It's a year-to-year contract, so our contract with them would be up at the end of this fiscal year for the software.
So then we would do the conversion for next fiscal year, or are we going to be paying for two services for 1 year?
No, I would have it in place by the end of this fiscal year, and then ready to use that as our only assessing software in FY24.
Okay.
Oh, so just so I'm clear, so we're not paying double?
No.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the contract ends this year. We'll start with Vision for the next year.
Okay.
And so is there going to be a gap in there, or will
No.
they actually start before the end of the fiscal year, so we're up and running as of? Okay.
Yeah. That's the plan.
Okay.
So they'll start to support it, they'll start to do the data transition. Before the beginning of the fiscal year where we are using their software. There sounds like there'll have to be some overlap while they're transitioning data from the Patriot system over to the new system, over to Vision.
That's correct. It's a multi-step process, and where we send them our data, they map it to their software, and then at some point, very late in the process, we freeze everything that we're doing with Patriot. We don't change anything, and we send one final data upload to Vision, and then they convert it, the whole CAMA system over to their software. And at that point, I think there's a 30-day period once the contract's been completed, the conversion's been completed. After 30 days, then we pay for maintenance. But I've been looking at timing this, so it is very near the end of the fiscal year.
What kind of, you had, I think you made a comment, Christian, that was in the packet today, where you worked with both packages. You obviously worked with Patriot, you currently are, and you worked with Vision elsewhere, and you thought that it was a little easier to do, that there was some custom configuration. I don't remember how it's phrased, I have to find the comment, but it sounded like there was some customization that you were able to do using the Vision software that wasn't available.
Yeah, with Patriot, you're more or less locked into a certain valuation model. Whereas with Vision, you can use like the standard valuation model, which is cost adjusted sales approach. And I'm looking to go a little bit beyond that and with my background in statistics and interest in data modeling, I'm able to provide a better valuation model for the town. And using the vision software, I can get to that model, but with Patriot, unfortunately, I really can't.
I think the number of fields was limited in the Patriot model, is that right?
That's correct.
So,
Whereas with vision, it's near limitless.
okay, that's interesting, because I don't know if you may recall, Christian, 3 or 4 months ago or so, I dropped in one day and just talked with you, wondering about fields that aren't currently shown where, say, and this is sort of off topic, but it's related because it's a customization thing, related to longer term as the town transitions to everything being electric, and trying to understand what's being used for heating systems, what's being used for fuels. And currently your fields are not really usable from that standpoint, trying to understand what systems are in homes. And you know, that's obviously a new set of data that you don't currently look at, and maybe it's practical, maybe it's not. You know, maybe it's better for it to be something that the assessor does, maybe it's something that's better for the building inspector or the inspection department to have. But it sounds like then there's possibility maybe that you could have fields that don't currently exist that would allow that kind of information to be maintained.
Definitely. If there was a good sample of the town that I would be able to survey for heating systems or any kind of green technology that might be in place, I would certainly have the ability and vision to put that in there and catalog it.
Okay, great.
Well, I move that we recommend to approve this warrant article request.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye,
Aye.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Have a good evening.
Do we have people that you think might be interested in the bridge signs?
Let me see, let me stop the share.
Yeah, we said at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I've been early on it. There's only.
Just a few, I don't know if people are watching. the
Let
cable.
me do, Galaxy. See, so I do know, well, I do know Wayne's gonna be, Wayne may be sticking around for that, but if you're gonna need to. Wayne, if you're sticking around for the bridge signage, I can compile the board's feedback and send it out tomorrow. I know you're sick. I don't want you to be.
I'll make it. I'll pass out when it's time, but that's fine. Keep going.
Yeah, leave your speaker on so we hear if you thump to the floor.
So obviously we got Brad here for Park and Rec. So I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
I don't know, I had sent out this afternoon an updated narrative and number based on information received. So I didn't know if people had gotten that, received that or not. So appreciate Brad being here to.
Can you summarize?
Well, the background here is the commission started looking at renovations to Bachelor through a CPC article this a year ago. We did not bring it to a vote. Upon reflection on that and consultation with the town, it was, let's get the basics right first, such as by developing an operations and management plan. So we've been doing things like better understanding the cost associated with managing the assets like the baseball diamonds, better understanding of our irrigation system at Pipe State, to get the nuts and bolts right before we start thinking about wholesale renovations of our spaces. The other item that I would add, probably the most vocal constituency we have to date are the baseball players and their families in terms of the diamonds and their state. And the town invested over $15,000 in their upkeep this past spring, but the diamonds are the type of asset that requires continuous inputs. And it's a specialized service. Some towns, mostly cities, do it themselves. Other towns outsource this service. When we put together the schedule of maintenance required, I think that the total cost came to around $30,000 a year, which is a very large number. So we got that done in 15,000. That number will pay for maintenance of the startup costs. And some people advocate that you do that in November, others say do it in the spring. The challenge there is how wet fields are and how soon you can get onto them, and it's a lot easier to do it when it's drier in November versus in the spring when they can be wet. So that'll get us at least the 3 diamonds at Bachelor, the Babe Ruth diamond at Pipe State, and one of the softball diamonds behind the page, which those diamonds were not included in the recent maintenance activities that were undertaken in the past year. So that's about 12,500. And in addition to that, we need additional monies to do Bachelor Field 3, which is the diamond nearest the gazebo. The infield mix is the infield clay mix is a mixture of sand, silt, and clay. Depending on who you ask, there were some inputs on that diamond where there's too much silt put in. And essentially what happens now is you can't keep up with the weeds. There's not enough clay. Some people say you need a lot of clay in your infield mixes. I'm probably going too deep into the weeds here, but the more clay you have in your diamond, the less weeds you're going to have. But the more clay you have on the diamond, the more water you need to work that clay so that it doesn't become rock hard. Anyway, the point is the commission expended pretty much all of the funding that we have in our revolving account, which is generated from user fees. We have around $2,000 in our user fee account. And it's going to take years for us to replenish that to undertake this type of maintenance that needs to happen on an annual basis.
So $2,000, that's how much you take in annually on user fees? Is that just baseball or is that all?
You know, I would say that we take in probably, no, it's not just baseball. I don't have those numbers right in front of me, Wendy, but it's going to be less than $5,000 a year.
Total?
Yeah.
And do you know how much the baseball players pay in fees to the whatever entity that organizes?
Yeah, I don't know. I can tell you, West Newbury Youth League Soccer is around, I want to say $70. Pentucket Youth Soccer is $90. High school soccer is $350. So
That's for the season.
Yeah. So you can see if you have like, I'm probably $750 into soccer expenses for the fall season alone.
One family.
One family, yeah.
But so where's all the money going?
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's why I'm asking, because, I mean, there is, you know, where is the line between town maintaining its assets and the users, you know, supplying some of the fees that they're collecting to pay for the maintenance? Is that a question that you've come to some kind of.
Well,
resolution?
when I first joined the commission, the charge was to look at a user fee policy, and we were operating on the policy adopted by the Newbury Port Parks Commission. We looked at, I don't have all this in the front of my head, but we looked at Salisbury, Amesbury, Newburyport. I think Georgetown was in there as well. Other towns don't lease to communities outside of their own town. Excuse me. What we Merrimack and Groveland as well were in there. What we found was West Newbury is the only Pentucket town that charges for field use.
For any.
For anything?
For anything. I take that back. There, Groveland charges for lights. So if you want to use the lights at the Pines, I think you pay like $20. Newburyport charges $5 per hour for in town.
Per team or per individual?
It's calculated per team. Other communities do a per individual basis, which I found to be quite nice, because then you understand rates of participation over time. But Newburyport, in addition to charging $5 per hour per team per field, also charges $15 per hour for for-profit entities. You know, there's baseball academies, softball academies, as well as like Seacoast and other groups that are often looking for sports fields. Excuse me, the number one user of our fields is Pentucket High School. If we were to bill them for all of their field usage in the spring, it would have been nearly $10,000.
Will that change with when all the,
Hypothetically, yes, because,
everything is done?
well, hypothetically, yes, because what you have are high school users take up that early time slot, that 3 to 5.
Early in the afternoon, yeah.
3 to 4:30, and then when everybody gets off of work, the volunteers come and coach, then you have 5:30 to 7. And particularly if those amenities are under lights, you know, there are some communities such as Linfield, which will charge $30 per hour per kid for artificial turf fields. So if we had those types of amenities, we could really start, if we had lights. So for example, the fall is a really hard time to practice. The sun set before 7, and come a month from now, the sun will be setting around 6:15. But if we have lights, you know, you could charge a premium for that. You could, if you have an artificial turf field under lights, you could charge $30 per kid up until 11 p.m. The demand is so high to get artificial turf time. But we as a town don't have those types of amenities to generate those types of revenues. And the spending dollar that you see people charge for participating in a sport, I wonder this myself as a parent. There's lining fields, there's the league charges, and then there's insurance.
Insurance.
And oftentimes that's an add-on to the league that you're participating in. Like Mass Youth Soccer, I believe, will provide that insurance certificate for Pentucket Youth Soccer Association.
So what happens to the money if the fields are rented out to an outside group? I remember there was talk of some baseball group that was gonna pay a lot of money to rent the field. The league, or does that come to the town?
It goes to the town.
goes to the revolving fund. Right.
What they talking about, $3,000 or something for that team?
There was an offer to do $3,000. We did not feel comfortable giving them and letting them write a check to just use the amenities at Bachelor Field. Because we didn't want to give them the impression that would give them the opportunity or the power to bump West Newbury Youth League from those fields. The simplest thing to do would be to put them up at the Page School because we don't have a town softball program. Merrimack absorbed West Newbury softball program. It predates me, but my understanding is that we just weren't generating enough numbers to run a league or a team or to coordinate it. So that's where our kids play.
Is that a summer league?
No, well, softball is year round if you're playing club ball, but I'm pretty sure it's more sort of same time as baseball. I don't know, my kids, one did.
So Roxville and Bridge must have had quite an impact on
As father of one who has practiced over at Town Forest this fall, it's kind of a pain. Yeah, so parents, I mean, I can tell you right now that 4 nights a week, I'm taking kids to soccer and I have one kid playing high school ball who needs to be picked up every day. So, parents are putting a lot of money into their fuel tank, driving around kids and allocating a lot of time and volunteer time to run all this stuff too. So it's not like they're spending dollars for being cheap, I guess I'm fortunate that I have 3 jerseys to pass down to 3 different kids.
Brad, do you know how much was, it seems like, I mean, maybe I was mistaken, but that the revolving account took in a lot more money than that in the past, like 5 or 6 years ago or
The way
something.
that it was is everybody just gave a $500 check, irrespective of the amount of field time.
I think there was
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, and we still have users who submit their field use request and then a check for $500, and then we give them an invoice for what they need to pay above and beyond that $500. Now we're actually getting more revenue from those users, and I don't.
You just said you only got 200 total a year.
No, I don't think it's more than $5,000.
I think it's about 6,000.
Thank
Did
you.
they say like 200 or something? Or did I hear it wrong?
I think you heard that wrong.
You heard 2,000 was expended.
No, 2,000 was remaining balance.
Remaining balance.
But yeah, it's tough because in fiscal 20, obviously that was heavily impacted by COVID.
Right.
So the numbers for 20 and 21 are a little screwy.
Yeah.
So I think 22 is the last year that we have, complete year of data, and I think it was just about 6,000.
Oh, okay. Well, that seems more like what I thought. I misheard then. Okay.
Yeah, user fees, we could jack up user fees, but I think what then happens is some teams, some leagues will then say, okay, we're just gonna get 1 night a week for practice, and then I'll go walk my dog, and you guys, you're getting extra field time here. Or you go up to the page and you'll see them at the page. So, as a volunteer commissioner, what am I supposed to do? What do we send West Newbury Police Department? They're all volunteer parents just try and get some field time for their kids to go out and play.
No, I just thought you had said that there was 200 or 500 total for the year. That didn't make any sense. Okay.
So some leagues will try to game the system. They will just submit for their games. And instead of saying reserving field 7 for all of Saturday, just to cover themselves. Other leagues will just say, okay, we're on X, Y, and Z day. We don't need it even on this day, and therefore, instead of, having a bill of $800, their bill's $650. They're getting killed on insurance costs, is my understanding, and field line is pricey as well. I have no idea how much. I don't think these are all nonprofit volunteer run leagues, no staff. So it's not like there's salary employees, and all volunteer coaches.
But there are fees that go to a general fund, right? It's not like the baseball.
Which
group
is exactly part of the politics situation that you tend to see in West Newbury Youth League, which is a baseball diamond requires additional inputs that typically aren't provided by the town, whereas at Pike State, the inputs provided by the town as mandated by the management plan include a number of things: aeration, consultant, evaluating the turf, developing an amendment regime for the season, irrigation inputs, all covered through DPW's budget, not Parks and Rec budget. But none of those are present at Bachelor. None of those inputs are present at Bachelor right now. And so you have you also have an evolving dynamic within the town. I would say where I've only lived here for 10 years. But I think that there used to be a higher rate of volunteerism and people doing the work to maintain diamonds a lot more. And nowadays that simply isn't the case. They volunteer to coach, and there's a lot of time thinking about coaching and designing great practice. But in terms of maintenance of the asset, I think one of our fellow commissioners tried to organize a volunteer day to go repair the dugouts, which apparently are in very rough shape. And like 4 parents showed up. So there's a gap, and diamond maintenance isn't the skill set that the town has. It is and I don't know if the town would want to allocate a staff person to do that. But this is a need, and I think that it's an important one, otherwise we wouldn't be here.
Thoughts?
So what, going forward, after the clay is fixed or whatever, and is this gonna be an annual expense?
I anticipate that yes, that this would be an annual expense, and I would also anticipate just let the select board know is we're not implementing the full amendment plan that was recommended for Pike State this year because the costs of fertilizer are too high.
Mhm.
So we're already underspending on our recreational assets. And if we continue to underspend on our recreational assets, there'll be a bigger price to pay. It's like maintaining a car. But baseball diamonds are particularly challenging thing to maintain because you have to edge baselines. The weeds grow in over time. throughout the season. And then you got to dispose of that. You take a certain amount of clay out when you do that process, and you have inputs and material costs that need to be brought in. Pitchers mounds need to be rebuilt. Batters boxes need to be rebuilt, just because of the typical wear and tear of the season. And I would just point out that baseball is one sport, and we expended nearly our entire revolving fund on one sport. And I don't find that to be very equitable to all the other sports that use Pike State, for example, where we would love to be resting field 7, and in front of the goal on field 7 where lacrosse is, that it's mud. It's mud, it's weedy. And the kids that are playing soccer are at risk for injury, perhaps because of that issue, you know. So since I've been on the commission, I think our budget has gone up 0.2. We represent like 0.2% of the town's entire budget. So this is a relatively small ask. We're not spending lavishly on our fields already. We're underspending.
So you
Said if I could, Rick, just before, so just to be clear on that point, so for the first point about the annual, in the form of draft warrant that you have, I had put this in as a draft, as a budget amendment, because I would anticipate this would be a recurring annual thing, not a one-time article. So that's why, it's up to you where the funding would come from, but I would suggest if you go forward with this, it ought to be added to the FY23 operating budget, which would add to the raise and appropriate, as opposed to a free cash, just so it's built into the budget.
So, but the rebuilding of the diamond, that's a one-time thing, or are you anticipating that would be part of your budget every year?
We are the additional clay
Yeah,
for field 3, that would be a one-time item, but generally speaking, the numbers that we have from the contractor who we've relied upon is $2,500 per diamond for what they call startup maintenance. And then the recommendation from the commission is 2 other visits, $1,000 per field. So you can see that you quickly get to $1,000. The other thing that we haven't even scratched the surface on is
probably water, right?
well, I mean, generally speaking, our diamonds have grown. The field line, the base paths are too wide. If you talk to baseball users, the infield line has encroached upon the outfield, but it doesn't make sense to go out and try to lay it out correctly until you actually have water to grow grass. Otherwise, those efforts are for naught.
Okay,
seems like you could spend a tremendous amount of money doing this. How other communities, other local communities are not charging for field use, so they're all budgeting. Or
I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yes.
you're not, I mean, I don't know where else it would come, but you're not confident in any other particular community that you know they're actually budgeting funds for.
Budgeting funds to do this work.
Yeah.
No, I know Haverhill self-performs all of their work. I would think the same is true for Newbury Port. Wayne would know better than me. How Merrimack and Groveland manages their assets, I don't know. I know Lawrence self-performs. I know Andover, it's a mix of self-performing and then outsourcing.
Yeah, it's hard to compare West Newbury to Haverhill or to Lawrence or Andover, just for a fraction, a small fraction of the size.
Okay, I think we've talked about this quite a bit. Let's. You have a motion?
Yeah, I would move that we approve. So Angus, this would be, you said this has been proposed as a,
Yeah, if you look on page 96 of the packet, with the draft warrant, and this is all obviously, you can change this, but this is what I recommended, is to look at this as an amendment to the budget. So the language that you see under the draft Article 2 is the same form that we've used, I think, 2 or 3 of the prior couple of years fall. Anytime we've done a budget amendment, we've used the same kind of language to specifically identify what line item or line items are proposed for amendment. The warrant hasn't historically included the dollar amount that's included in the income booklet and the motion.
so it's page 96.
96 of the packet,
Oh, yeah, okay, good, all right,
and I'll go ahead and put it up on the screen. Just
okay.
And so what
No,
percent
that's not
increase is
it.
that?
It's percentage wise, well, Brad correctly pointed out that the operating budget pretty, pretty.
Our sole expense is porta potty rental. And there's other expenses as well, but it engineered mulch for the playground areas, and we carry like $3,000 a year. Otherwise, we're spending around 19,000. It's not 19,000, it's more like 13,000 this year for porta potty rental.
Just pull up the approved budget, just so we have, you're definitely in the ballpark.
No pun intended.
Oh, good one, Jim. Where?
Gotta keep us awake.
Yeah, so recreation, we've got, just over 19,000 in expenses. And
Can you
then,
expand that out just a little more, Angus?
3,000 in the action code, that's for the engineered wood fiber primarily. And then the part-time seasonal help is paid out of the $2,700. So yeah, percentage wise, you're talking about a 60% increase.
So why are we not doing this as part of the budget or in the annual town meeting then?
Well, if we had this information in the budgeting process, we would.
When we went to FinCom for the annual town meeting, there was a lot of pressure from FinCom. And there's been a lot of turnover in the makeup of FinCom, but generally speaking, there was a lot of upset members with the state of our baseball diamonds. And the town took action. Wayne stepped up and he oversaw a lot of the contract services that brought those diamonds back. And the Babe Ruth diamond in particular is looking really, really good. It used to be really, really bad. If you walked up there when it's pretty windy, you would see the need for water because those poor kids are just chewing on, a lot of silt that's brought up by the wind, but we'll get there.
So the number being requested again now is
15,000 in the rec expenses.
I would argue that some of the DPW park expenses should be put under the Park and Rec Commission. That the true town investment in its parks is not reflected by our budget line.
What Brad's referring to is here, this parks expense line, which is in for 15,000 a year. Is and if Wayne's still on here, Brad described it earlier in the meeting.
I'm here.
I'd say, but did you want to elaborate in any way on how that parks fund is used, or like for the
This year, 100% of it will be used on fertilizer because fertilizer came in at $22,000 and we have $15,000 to spend. So you do the math there. So Public Works is going to eat some costs to do some of the other work because we have sprinkler heads and an irrigation system that went the array on us there. So we do use that money to maintain the field and we usually spend it all with fertilizer the way it is right now. Next year it might even be worse. So we selective fertilized the field the best we could this year with the limited resources we had.
Yeah, I don't know what the history is of why certain park and rec O&M costs are. I suspect it's exactly what Brad outlined earlier. The pipe state mill pond management plan requires certain things.
Yeah.
So I presume those were viewed over the years as the town's responsibility per se. Whereas, the Bachelor Street, where it's under the land is actually under the care and custody of the park and rec. I assume that was that's rationale, but I don't disagree at all with Brad's point that where it's broken out into different line items, you really don't get a true picture of what the town is expending.
That number doesn't include mowing either, the hours and hours.
Yeah, the times work, which I will say, while Archie's stepped out for a minute, I'll just say, up in Maine, very, very financially conservative. It was a very issue of great importance of what exactly we were spending. And our DPW director, at the direction of the elected town council, costed out the man hours, the vehicle depreciation for the mower. I mean, he costed out specifically what it cost the DPW to mow, because that was what the elected officials expected. So we did that. It can be done. It's personally, I thought it was not a great use of the director's time to be doing that, but he did, and it can be done.
Archie's not here right now, but I will move, and we'll repeat it, I guess, when Archie's back, to revise the Parks and Rec expenditures budget up by $15,000 to address maintenance that we just talked about.
Second. I really feel like this should be done at a spring town meeting where people are expecting to vote on the budget rather than doing it at a special town meeting. And we don't necessarily have the same group of people there, and I'm just concerned that it will look like we're trying to slide it in, It's not just a one-time expense. This is a commitment going forward to have to, more than double the budget. I feel like it should be a full-time meeting.
If it was in the form of free cash as a standalone article, would you feel differently? Because
Yeah.
that's just my suggestion. You guys can do, whatever you see as appropriate.
So is there work that you need to do this fall before spring?
The recommendation is to get out there in the fall and at the end of November.
And so how much of the request?
That's the 2,500 unit price per diamond. And we really should do something at the page as well as the favorite diamond that Pipe State and the 3 fields out there.
And when do you start in the spring?
Well, if you do it in the fall, then your spring touch up it's
Touch up.
It's touch up,
Yeah.
right, and the approach that the commission has taken is that touch up is going to be the responsibility of the users. We can't spend $30,000 a year maintaining baseball diamonds. That is not a good use of town's limited resources, but we should be spending something.
But if you don't do it in the fall, when do you have to do it in the spring?
Once the fields are dry enough to get equipment up there, otherwise.
So is that, I guess, we don't know when that is, but my question really is that before or after town meeting?
It's gonna be in May.
It's gonna be before.
Yeah, so I guess, so Wendy, I understand what you're saying, and I generally like things to be at, where we can do things at annual town meeting too, as opposed to special town meeting. But if we don't do it at special town meeting in the fall, then essentially we've pushed out another full year.
Yeah,
But I think it's
free
more-
cash to do the diamonds, in the fall, and then if we want to have a budget change going forward, then we go back at springtime.
That's the way it's more visible.
Yeah.
to do it.
That actually does make a lot of sense, because if you think of the
And then-
annual budget in the spring, what wouldn't show as a big increase, but in fact was a big increase from this past spring, that makes a lot of sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It would, it's like camouflage.
Yeah, well, it's ironic, because the reason I suggested it was to try to be more transparent, to say this is not a one-time, this is an annual, but I totally understand through.
So,
What you guys
so,
are saying.
so if it's
I
approved
think
now,
it's
then
more
the next year
transparent
would be,
view,
it
but
would be a new annual.
Right. Or whatever number, but the point is, I think it should be a one-time thing now, and then you have to sell it as a real budget increase in the future.
So 2,500 per diamond? So that's
Yeah,
five diamonds?
we have 6 total,
Six.
we're suggesting 5, largely because Pike State or
Page is not.
has not has not received the maintenance that it would benefit. Page is different because it has, it doesn't have a grass field, it's all clay, so,
Mhm.
but it still requires.
And then, as Brad said earlier, that gets you to 12,500, then they had carried just under 2,000 for adding clay at the farm down at Baxter Street.
Right, and then the rest is just kind of contingency because pricing right now is hard.
Okay, it's getting late, we got a lot to do. We're talking.
So there was a motion, a second, we've discussed, it sounds like, when, and Archie, you both are more inclined to do this as a standalone article. And I'm happy to withdraw my motion.
Just do that as a friendly amendment. Because you had voted to increase the park rent budget, but it's just a matter of taking
Yeah.
free cash.
Yeah.
And it's just, it'll be broken out as a separate article rather than.
Okay, so then I will, I'll modify my motion to, for this to instead be a standalone article. For $15,000 for Parks and Rec,
From free cash.
excuse me,
From
from
free
free
cash.
cash, yeah, for Parks and Rec field maintenance.
Right, so I'll second the amended motion. And I would just like to have some better, not transparency, but better understanding of the costs associated with baseball and user fees and all of that. Not tonight, but I think that would be helpful if this is gonna come up at the Springtown meeting. I think people are gonna feel baseball is so much more expensive than, shouldn't the leagues, pay more for the use of the fields. The suggestion.
That's a good point, yeah.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Brad.
Okay, we've been jumping around here so much, so what do we got? What do we got left here?
So, well, we've got.
Let's get the articles done, and then if we, okay.
Okay, so we've got, so again, the page 96 of the packet, we've got the election costs. That was estimated at $2,000, so. I've written this as a budget amendment as well, but this could just be done as a free cash.
The numbers, I don't have to see.
This is in the open space packet for tonight?
The memo is on the memo you already saw, page 100, page 101 is the financial backup that was not part of the last packet.
And the agenda is hyperlinked, right?
I thought it was, but the hyperlinks haven't been working for me.
Okay,
So I
Alright.
did the same thing I always do, so.
I did read it, I can't find it, but I
It's
read it.
so the financial amount I put up on the screen here. I don't know if
Okay,
it's
that-
shared,
yeah.
but I was watching from home, so I was gonna share it for. At home. There.
So, the reason for this, we I tried to be ambitious when it came to early voting and allowing as much hour as we could for early voting. Then the state required us to do weekend voting, and now there's an additional week of early voting in October as well. So I tried to be ambitious, which bit me a little bit. So, but we retooled the numbering when it comes to staffing for early voting. As you can see, I'm really only gonna have one person doing early voting. We didn't really get a lot of daytime hours. We're gonna try to keep evening hours, which was pretty popular from what we saw. We had 24 voters in the 4-hour period versus the largest daytime hours we had was 26. And that was on Friday, right before. So that's what that additional last 2 days, the final days. So those last 2 days, I'm gonna have extended hours for those days, because there's always a push at the end, people no, they're not gonna be able to go to the election on that day, or they didn't get their early ballot time, or things like that. So that's why I have an extended hours for those last 2 days, but I'm gonna have one person in my office helping with early voting. That way Rebecca and I could step in if they need additional help. We didn't really see more than 2 people at a time during the day. But the evening hours I'd like to do again at the library, do as many extended evening hours as we can. There should be the extended polling advance money from the state. We got $645 this last time. I assume that number is gonna go up because it'll be 2 weeks instead of just one. So that potentially could bring down the cost. But I'm not gonna know that number right up until when early voting starts, which is 2 days prior to town meeting. So we can revise that number at town meeting to lower it if we need to. And then I'm gonna be going for reimbursement for the hours we did spend, so we're gonna get the money back at the end into free cash. Anyways, so this is kind of funding now for money I'm gonna get back later.
I move that we approve the additional election related funding request.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Action.
Next one we've got on the list is the free cash transfer for the tax rate. Unfortunately, despite my best intentions, I did not have time to update the recap model to come up with an estimate of the current year tax rate. So I don't know if you want to keep that on and bring it. I know you guys are meeting Thursday night, but I don't know if we want to tack onto that. I'm a little sensitive to the fact we got, FinCom, the 26th is late, as you know, from prior years. The board could keep a placeholder article and finalize the number much later in the process, but I have a sense that's not going to be well received by the FinCom. As you know, that tax rate is not formally set till late November. Coming up with an estimate, I mean, we could do it. It takes hours of effort. We've spent some hours, but not.
So I would make a motion to expend 200,000 from free cash to lower the tax rate.
What was it?
And that's sort of an approximate average of what's been allocated the last 5 or 6 years. And we can totally afford it. The guesstimated free cash is north of
1 or something, isn't it?
north of 2 million, so we can do it.
Well, I'll second, but discussion. I'm just wondering if it would make sense to actually for the article to be a little bit larger than that, and we can always go down, but we can't go up.
Well, I'll totally do that.
So I would, make a friendly moment.
I mean, if you look at the previous, and I know I've been in the, in the previously, the FinCom has always been saying, we can't ever count on free cash being there in the future. And I've been hearing that since like the year 2000. And as you can see, the worst year we had was 1.75. So, and this year it's up, so we're not going to use up our free cash. We budget conservatively. The town doesn't spend money that it doesn't have, or it doesn't overspend its budget, it underspends their budget, so, which is good. And so, I feel pretty comfortable that we can do this and without, in this case, without any problems, so.
So FY 22, where it says TBD currently, that's actually
Correct.
something,
Yeah, this is,
something above 2.1.
yeah, I had just excerpted this from the spring FinCom booklet, because it was right at hand, but no, I didn't update it yet to include the
Okay.
2.1. And actually, that's in the same packet. It was 2.128. Is the actual certified.
Okay. So if you'll accept a friendly amendment to make that 250,000. And we can always go down.
Second. Or yes. Whatever.
I may even be able to have the estimate by tomorrow night's meeting. I'm within like probably 90 minutes of work. It's just, I got some new estimates from Christian late last week on assessed values and regrowth. I got to prove everything that was put in on the expense side, and with everything else that's been going on. It just hasn't been time to do that.
So we have a motion and second, further discussion.
Yeah, so what is the long-term plan to just continually whittle down the free cash? I mean, is there a target that we want to maintain?
Well, the DOR
What, 5%?
recommends that a town should have, of our size, should have 5%. Rick's correct. So that's 5% of the operating budget,
Which would be under $1 million.
which would be like 800,000. So you can see we've been good on it, but it's not and people think it's a bad thing that we have this, and it's not, because bonding agencies look at that and say, well, you have this cushion in case there's a need for some unexpected expense, and so we don't want to whittle it down. We're keeping it what it's been, you see, for several years.
So what is our target though? If we don't want to whittle it down, I mean, what would you like it to be?
I don't have it. I
I
don't.
just would like some kind of objective, instead of just this arbitrary 250,000, what are we trying to achieve?
Well, what are we trying to achieve? I'd like to see us have the assessments. Everybody's assessment in the town, we would all agree, is probably going to go up this year. So I'd like to see how in which case the rate should be stable or even down. We would like to see and last year our tax rate was maybe at 10 cents or something lower than it was the previous year, but because the assessments went up, people's taxes went up. So I certainly don't want to see the assessments go up and the rate go up. You know, the idea is that we're trying to keep people's taxes, their increases in their taxes relatively small. That's the idea behind behind Proposition 2.5.
All right, so I thought when we talked about this last year, that we were trying to phase out this way of
Well, some people were, I was.
all right.
Yeah,
So what free cash target do you have? I mean, if we were at 750,000, would you still want to return 200,000?
No, no.
That would be
No,
bad.
that's
Like,
not
what-
enough.
What is your target? Saying, what amount of free cash do you feel like you want to maintain without?
If it was David Archibald's opinion, I would say like 1.5. But that's just me.
The official policy, and this should be revisited because it was adopted back in the fall of 2018, and there's a lot of change since then, but it's exactly what Archie and Rick have said. It's 5% is the town adopted a financial reserves policy in December of 2018. It was based on the Mass DOR, the community compact recommended policies, and it does set a target of 5% for its year-end unappropriated free cash balance.
See, one thing that we have.
Town will appropriate any excess above this target range to build reserves or offset unfunded liabilities. So
one thing that we haven't mentioned is that free cash is more. See, some people would say some municipalities would have a lower percentage free cash. So we, in terms of, for example, FY21, the free cash is certified free cash is probably like 10% of the operating budget in that case, or close, approximately. And other towns would not want that. They would have more. We don't have as much. They wouldn't have 10% of their operating budget in free cash. They just wouldn't. Some towns don't even have any free cash. And we have a lesser percentage, you might say, in our capital stabilization accounts. But they are certainly adequate, and having it more in free cash does allow more flexibility than within a stabilization account where everything has to be voted 2/3 and so forth. And we couldn't do a small little item like this baseball thing. It would be much more difficult to maneuver small amounts of money that don't really affect the big picture. If we had lower free cash and either we reduce the tax rate or we put more of this money into stabilization accounts.
Yeah,
I don't know why everyone thinks things are broken, and they're not.
I mean, it seems to me that maybe what we ought to be doing is in the spring, we should be adding more stabilization then. I mean, if there is in fact if we had a target, say it was 1.5 million, which would still be, 8% or so, 8 to 9% of our current annual budget. The way to get there would be to put more into stabilization.
Yeah, I would favor that. I mean, I feel like all the capital needs we have, that would make sense, rather than just kind of playing the tax rate versus, tax bill.
Well, but people are living now. This is their money. It isn't our money. It's the taxpayers' money that they give to run the town. Now, not necessarily to run the town 14 years from now. We can't, we shouldn't be overtaxing people now to save money for something, for a capital expenditure, to be fully funded in 15 years from now. I don't think that's fair to the
That's not what I'm saying. we should
existing
do.
taxpayers.
But if we have overtax, then we need to deal with that as a separate issue. And if we have surplus money, then I feel like it should go to start funding some of these big expenses that we're gonna.
No, we have to tell people what we're gonna do with the money, not overtax, not tax them, just in case we need more money.
I have a couple of things I'd like to offer. One is this whole idea of turnbacks, which, definitely has the effect of overtaxing. You raise more than you actually needed. But you really need to, and I know this board has in the past, but you really need to look at where are those turnbacks coming from, and were they, too much, or was it conservative budgeting? So, the examples I always use are fire protection is a great example, because you budget, you don't know going into the year how many calls there will be, how many, what the costs are going to be, but you want to make sure you're going to have fire protection. So that's one where consistently, not every year, but many years, there is a turn back in fire. Another one that there's almost always a significant turn back is the FinCom reserve fund. They typically it's been 60, but I think it was last year, it was more like 92, and they didn't approve a single transfer. So that's 92,000 turn back. That's not irresponsible. That's, you didn't spend your rainy day fund that year. So this idea of overtaxing, I just really want to emphasize, like, you need to look at where did the turnbacks come, and if there were big dollar ones, sometimes it's because of personnel turnover, especially on a smaller department. If a position's vacant for 3 or 4 months, you're going to see a significant turnback in that department, because you would have no way of knowing when you're preparing the budget that there's going to be turnover and you're not going to have someone for extended time. But when you look at the details of the last, certainly the 4 years I've been here, I think the turnbacks have gotten a lot more, like, I can account for them all, like what happened that year, that it was a little different.
I just think it's emblematic that we do conservative budgeting, and that the department heads run their budgets well. I think
that is the second.
See, I think it's good. I don't think it's a problem. And now we've we did 22, and now we see the result of that. And so okay, that the year, this is not, we're not dealing with 23, we're dealing with what happened in 22. We did a really good job, and so the taxpayers should be, it's their money.
Another thing that contributes to the increase in free cash is if your revenues come in above your projected. Every year we project our revenues for the year as part of the tax.
And again, you're conservative on
We
that.
have to be conservative.
I know.
DOR tells you to not go above 90% of the 5-year average. So you have to be conservative. If you haven't, if you overestimated your revenues, you haven't done your, we have to be conservative on that. So we are almost every year going to generate some amount of revenues above expenses. I forget what it was this year. I think it was almost $200,000. We generated non-property tax revenues above our projected. So, and that's by design. If we use a higher number with DOR, they're not going to accept our recap. They're going to push back and say, so that's all important to understand. On the stabilization, I don't disagree with what anyone said about if you have free cash, think about putting some of that to make sure you're trying to fully fund your capital program. And going back to the same financial policy that was adopted in 2018, it does set a target of 15% of the town's annual operating budget in your stabilization fund. That would be about 2.6 million. Our year-end balance was 1.955. So it's not to 15%. I've had people question that, and this is where I really think these policies need a new look, because this was really based on the state target. While we do have a daunting and significant capital, set of projects, we do not have the level of infrastructure challenges that a more urban community does. We just have nowhere near the linear miles of roads, of sidewalks, of catch basins, of stormwater, of all of this stuff, culverts, you name it. Like, I don't know that 15%, I mean, it's not a bad thing to have more than you need, but I don't know that 15% was calibrated to West Newbury. I really think that was the DOR number that the board adopted. And I think that requires some critical thought as to whether that's, because if we were sitting here at year end with $2.6 million of capital, we don't have, as you guys know, we don't have the manpower to expend that kind of money. I mean, you could.
That's a very good
You
point.
could appropriate $2 million next year. We don't have the manpower to scope, procure, contract, project manage.
Run the contract.
We just don't,
I never
we
even
have
thought of
funds that are appropriated that we are, struggling to find the time to expend funds that are already appropriated, and I think we've done a much better job in the last 2 years or so calibrating the projects to capacity, but we're still, just on the capital side. I mean, look at the water, the prospect and Church Street. That's going to be what's the latest number? I don't want to say it because I forget, but I want to say $2.7 million. The amount of labor that goes into, scoping, bidding, contracting, overseeing, it's an enormous number of man hours in a department that doesn't have personnel. So it's like sitting on, I would not feel comfortable sitting here on 2.6 or $2.7 million in the stabilization fund.
So is the capital improvement plan fully funded?
I can't say that.
Okay.
No, I can't say
I mean,
that.
that would be my target rather
Yeah.
than, arbitrary 15%.
Yeah. Now, when you say fully funded over,
I mean, what
over
does
like
fully?
what time frame?
I don't know, what is the design?
The
Is it
question
20?
that the capital improvement committee that we've been talking about for now about 2 years is the 500,000 that's put into stabilization annually the right amount to keep it fully funded? And what I've told them is it's close. It's not, as Rick knows very well, if I had about 50 or 60 hours, I could get you that answer, but I've been talking about this for 2 years. And I told them 2 years ago, I'm not going to find 50 or 60 hours. Like, we don't have a finance director. You guys have heard this conversation
Yeah.
before.
Okay, we can't get into philosophy now. It's 10 o'clock. We got a lot of stuff to do.
All right. Okay, so,
So anyway, there was a
motion.
there's a motion.
So would you entertain a friendly amendment to also add some to the stabilization fund?
Right now, no.
So you're suggesting another article?
I mean, I don't know the mechanics of how you would do it, but if we have free cash that we're trying to.
Yeah, so there's something that I think should be done at an annual town meeting personally.
And why wouldn't the free cash? Because you want it in time.
Because you can't really do it at Springtown meeting, because you don't have the information you need to do it intelligently, to do it and make sense of it.
So this, just so I understand, so this is our intent going forward, that every special town meeting will figure out how much to turn back.
No, there might be years when it's
I'm
not.
saying if there is a surplus, or, we're above your loose target of 1.5 million, then that.
See, I see it, I see it as a way of smoothing the individual taxes. I'm not gonna say the tax rate, because the tax rate and the assessments, are related to each other.
Exactly, yeah,
In the end, we need this much money, and this much money is achieved by multiplying tax rate
yeah.
times assessments. So assessments change, tax rate changes accordingly. And so my thought on the purpose of this is to try to smooth the tax rate. I mean, the tax rate is
The total,
inevitably.
the total tax.
Right, the total tax.
Yeah.
So inevitably, the tax is going to, our expenditures are gonna go up. And, there's gonna be a ramp going up, and I personally want to see that ramp as smooth as possible and as shallow as possible. But you don't want to do it to the point where it dips, because then some year in the future, there's gonna be a huge surprise.
Right.
We've never collected less tax, a lower number in one year versus the previous year. I mean, that just doesn't happen. It always goes up. Well, also because of new growth, but. Okay, so where are we?
We have a motion in a second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I don't feel like I have enough information, so should I just abstain?
Sure.
Is that acceptable for town meeting? I mean,
We will have the recap model. Once I have that, I'll send that along. I don't know if that will affect your
mhm.
thinking or not, but at least you'll have more information. But some of the questions you asked aren't gonna be answerable in the next 6
Right.
weeks. so.
Right. Okay.
Final article would have been the,
Sorry, yeah. And that's on for referrals of public hearing, as you know, which is a required procedural step. I'm not sure if at this point you want to make a recommendation or if you want to wait. Till later, if you wait till after the public hearing, you would be making a motion, a recommendation on the floor of town meeting, because it wouldn't make the booklet. It's just a matter of whether you feel you have enough information to recommend that zoning, or whether you want to wait for the planning board's public hearing or some other information.
Isn't it required for us to refer it back in order for them to have?
Yeah, that's a separate
a
item
different
later on
thing.
the agenda.
Oh, okay.
That's just, we have to,
them for here.
why don't we do that right now, just so we get that?
That's,
All right, so I move that we refer the proposed zoning amendment to the planning board for public hearing.
Second.
What's the date of the public hearing?
October 4th.
October 4th. Moved and seconded, any further comments? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, so now let's discuss the actual article.
Are you able to pull? up on this?
Yeah.
Since we've jumped around so much, I'm like totally lost.
I know, I can't find anything.
totally, what you guys talking about?
I keep getting pictures of the Kentucky
I know.
cafeteria. And you, Rick, I keep seeing you on the
The
basketball
gym.
court, yeah.
And so this has gone through review by KP Law.
Yes.
I feel that in this situation, I don't, I can go along with it, but I don't know if I know enough about
So I
zoning
did,
regulations to really intelligently vote on it.
I did include in the packet the KP markup
Mhm.
and comments, so I don't know if you want to see that or just a clean version.
Yeah, I saw that. I just-
Okay,
Actually, I had one thing I was wondering about here.
Okay, so go for it.
So I can't recall a specific example or examples, but there have been cases where, and this goes way back over 20 years to when I was on the planning board, where I found the special permit wording to be troubling in that it put the planning board in a position where it felt like the town might be sued if they declined to grant a special permit, because it seemed as though there was almost too much allowance given to the specialness of the permit. This may not seem to make sense, but I would like to see some caveat, or not a caveat, but something in the wording that makes it clear that it has to be judged to be in the town's best interest.
Just for this particular,
Yeah, just for this particular one, because in this case, somebody is putting I think it's great if there are more commercial uses in town, but there may be times where they're not in the best interest of, for reasons that I'm not going to begin to speculate on. But I can imagine instances where it's not really in the town's best interest, but based on the wording here, the planning board would feel at risk of town being sued by declining. And so I don't know if there's a way to add in this, that it needs to be judged to be in the town's best interest.
who would make that determination?
Yeah.
The planning board would.
It just seems like there's a whole bunch of other uses, that
Yeah,
are clearly not in the town's best interest.
right. Well, okay, and I don't disagree with that, but just because there already are doesn't mean we should add more.
I'm just wondering
Yeah,
if we just do it for this and we don't address all the other
yeah.
things that are not in the town's.
Well,
best
this is in front of us right now, so that's why it's an opportunity to address this one before it
Yeah.
joins that category. So anyway, I'm not gonna speculate.
Well, I
what
mean,
the wording is.
Rick, in that case, somebody might argue that somebody could say that keeping the
Mhm.
car post is not in the town's best interest. Like,
Yeah.
I agree with you, but I don't know how you
Yeah,
quantify that
So
particular.
one thing it's been a long time since I was town planner, but, so it does reference, it's gotta be deemed necessary to protect the neighborhood in accordance with the provisions of section 8. I'm looking at section 8 of the zoning, and it refers to the findings that are required by the planning board in order to grant a special permit. And, in granting any special permit, the planning board shall find that the specific site is an appropriate location for the use or structure. The use developed will not adversely affect the neighborhood. There will not be an undue nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, and adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided to ensure the proper operation of the proposed use, structure, or condition. The proposed use or structure will be in harmony with the general purpose of this bylaw. And finally, the requested use will not overload any public water, drainage, or any other municipal system. To such an extent, the requested use or any developed use in the immediate area or in any other area of the town will be unduly subjected to hazards affecting health, safety, or the general welfare. So, a special permit, as I think at least two of you have been on planning board. I don't know what Archie, if you
No.
but so there's the required findings that are, and Chris, of course, you on the planning board, I believe, as well. So there are significant protections, and the case law has been consistent forever that a special permit may be denied even where it could lawfully be issued. So even if the board finds in favor of all of those things, it is a discretionary permit. There's no entitlement to it, unlike a site plan review. So I'm not advocating one or the other, but just to make you and the voters aware there are protections in the special permit process.
Just that did not come up in any of the planning board discussions that concern, just. FYI.
okay. Yeah, it's just to be, what I see here is the opportunity for there to be some to be there, for there to be a change in character of a neighborhood. You know, where the neighbors, you know, the other residents, are troubled by it and, you know, are potentially negatively impacted by it. And, you know, I understand that there's every effort being made here to make this as benign as possible and, maybe I'm worrying too much, but,
Well, I think the inclusion.
No,
of
we're
that
not
to
worrying
protect
about
the
this.
neighborhood.
We would be worrying about some other thing.
right,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
yeah, exactly. No, it's not related to this. It's to something else that might happen that.
Some other
that,
application.
that we don't imagine right
Yeah.
now.
So what you are doing is this is focused on the soldiers and sailors to affect an outcome there. As Rick says, you do have to be careful because it could be any residency neighborhood. And the first thing that sort of gets me is it says business or professional office. Professional office is one thing. What precisely does a business then encompass? And those are the things, you know, because you're next to a neighbor and that now becomes a business. Is that a good thing? It's two different things occurring at the same time, potentially. There are protections at the end, no, you know, noise, vibration, smoke. And the other, in fairness, significant number of people have home businesses, which could outgrow a home and you could put it into a residential neighborhood. So it's got a big potential upside, but you, as you say, it's great when it's not, you know, not next to your property potentially.
Right.
So
Well-
would you be looking for more information from the public hearing? Is that what you?
Yeah, I mean, I this is really said, not for us to change tonight, but for
Yeah.
something that hopefully will, you know, if I can, I'll probably go to the public hearing
Mhm.
and maybe I'll have a chance to think about it more between now and then and have something more definitive to say.
Mhm.
So do we want to keep the train moving?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
personally, I think we should. I wasn't trying
Okay.
to stop it. I just was trying to express my.
Okay.
concern.
All right, so have we had a motion? I can't remember now. No.
Yeah.
We had the motion to refer to the planning board for hearing, so that's all.
Right, that's done, yeah. Okay,
All right, I move that we recommend, or that we, recommend possibly on this bylaw change.
I'll second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, is that it, Jim?
That's it for the articles.
Oh,
Green communities.
So Chris, you weren't, that was all you were waiting for right there?
I just want to get through most of it, so that tomorrow I have a little.
Oh, okay.
Because green communities, there's some dynamics there too, did we get, how did that go today?
Well, we don't have a number.
Right,
You know, they have to go back, BTQ has to go back to House to
Okay.
get their numbers.
Okay,
You know, there will be some increase in that cost, but based on conversation that we had, Angus,
Yeah.
previously, it sounds like maybe there's sufficient remaining funds in that, from that article 2 years ago now, I guess, that was towards building improvements.
Yeah.
And
I think that there is sufficient funding in an article from June of 2020 to cover the local match for this.
yeah, because there's $10,000 remaining anyway.
Correct.
There's no sunset.
What do you mean?
And there is no sunset.
Well, there was, because there was the article from a year ago that, and we never used the money.
Right,
We
okay.
used, in the grant application, we said $8,000, but then we weren't awarded the grant, so we never spent that $8,000.
Oh, all right.
Okay, right, right.
And then Archie, this will ring a bell for you. You may remember back in the early winter or late winter of 2020, calendar year 2020. Wayne had brought forward an article with a list of facility improvements, included some COA things, some other.
Thanks,
things.
Chris. Yeah.
During that Rick had brought to the board's attention this grant that board had added 10,000 to that article. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So that 10,000 is still available. So, and basically that article has a remaining balance of about 34,000, and it's got actually it does have a sunset, and the sunset of FY23.
Oh, okay.
So I think I've been working with Wayne and with Stephanie on this, but I think that there's going to be enough there to not only pay this, but also to pay those page elevator repairs. So in all likelihood, I'm going to withdraw that reserve fund transfer. So we've been really, squeezing it, but we think that the funding is sufficient. So the final missing piece is, Rick has been working, with the vendor and with Wayne to update the cost proposal. But as long as it doesn't double, as long as it's within a few thousand of what they do.
The only thing we have to be cognizant,
It should be totally doable.
yeah, so we need to be cognizant of the fact that it does, that one of those $10,000 expires at the end of FY23,
That's
at the end of this fiscal year.
Mhm.
So those funds either need to be expended or I guess encumbered.
Yeah, I mean, really, we haven't done encumbrances with articles. We could go to the spring and carry it forward, but if as long as there was that amount incurred in this fiscal year, we would just draw that out first, and then, then later hit the one that had the longer sunset.
Yeah.
We're very, very confident that we're not going to need an article. With that said, if you keep it on and then maybe it comes up in 2 weeks, but until we get the true number from the vendor, that's probably wise.
Mhm.
But I do think at the end of the day, I think this can come up.
Okay.
So another one that I put a memo or right up in here, but just to close the loop on two others, actually. One was the supplemental funding for
What page you want?
This is on the separate packet.
Oh, the separate.
So, I talked to you about the Essex Ag. It's
Mhm.
I don't think that's needed. I had a couple of back and forths with the business manager last week. If there's an overage because of any special needs, it's gonna be on the order of less than $5,000.
Okay, so it's not like an additional person.
No, it's not an additional,
Okay.
that's, as you know, it's October 1st. So I mean, could someone move in the next 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Potentially, probably not.
Okay.
So I think that one can safely come off. And then the other one is the CPC River Access, as you know, you probably saw that, they're intending to withdraw and bring that forward in the spring. So
Oh, I didn't realize that, okay.
yeah, so they sent me a note on Saturday.
Okay.
So that was somewhere in your packet, but it's,
Okay, I guess I missed that. I don't recall reading that. I'm sure I read it, but I don't recall.
yeah, that was actually in, so I sent a FinCom packet around Saturday night, and it had a memo to this board in their packet. And that was when I addressed things that I learned on Saturday that I didn't know Friday. I wish Chris was still here, because they need to understand how dynamic the situation is. This is the same as it is every cycle.
Yeah,
It's just the way the sausage is made right now.
So I'm vegetarian.
isn't there a vegetarian sausage?
I don't do that. I don't do
That
fake
stuff
meat.
looks- that stuff looks terrible. I've seen
Yeah.
vegetarian bacon, it's like, wow.
Yeah. I bother.
So they didn't vote that, yeah,
No, they put it on the warrant.
right, okay.
Which one?
The green communities last
Oh, okay.
time, I had marked that as 3-0, but he's telling me that's not correct.
Oh, I noticed one of the votes, I think it said 3-0, but it was, I think Archie voted against it. That was the,
There was something wrong. I did
Um,
not, yeah. One of the
What
votes
was
is
that?
wrong.
yeah.
In one of the memos I wrote, one of the votes is wrong. In the draft warrant, is it wrong? Because there was something in the memo I wrote to FinCom 2
It
weeks
was the
ago.
CPC bylaw revision you voted against
No,
because you wanted,
he abstained from that bylaw.
all right, but it says 3-0.
in a memo, but in
Okay.
this, I did
It's
fix
correct.
it.
Oh.
I know there's a lot of scratch.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, no, there was a similar thing down where I got one wrong, but I did get that one fixed, and Jim pointed out to me that what's shown as Article 10. Triggering communities, I had put 3-0, he's telling me that the board hadn't
We
voted.
have-
this.
Yeah,
Okay.
you didn't make a recommendation, you added it to warrant.
Rick, do you think we'll have any new info tomorrow? It's gonna take him a little longer to get that. Okay,
I'm guessing it's gonna take a little bit longer. They're hard for me to, I don't think it's gonna take a lot longer,
Yeah.
but I'm reluctant to say we'd see something tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine. The next FinCom meeting is the 22nd. So they do have two more meetings before your next meeting, so. Hopefully we can get it, by then.
Okay.
So, just to not.
Okay, did we approve the transfer of the money from the affordable housing?
Yep.
To that, did we do that? Did we approve the warrant though?
Yeah.
The article?
You
Okay,
recommended it.
okay, we did, okay. All right.
The only split votes, if you want to know those, was the CPC amendment, Archie abstained. And Wendy abstained on the free cash. Tree committee was 1-2. Everything else was 3-0.
And I guess while we're at it, I'm not sure I'm clear with the election voting. I've written that up as a budget amendment, but my thought would be that's a free cash. No sense getting into budget amendments. I only did that.
No, free cash, yeah.
Because also that's not gonna be,
It's gonna be.
it's not gonna be repetitive.
Right.
Because we will have only 2 elections in the next fiscal year, which would be the presidential primary. And yes.
Yeah.
No, I lied. Yeah. Those are the only 2 in FY 24. Yeah, just those 2. Presidential elections already coming up, guys. I've already planned for it.
Jeez.
Where does the time go?
Okay, so let's go to, I think-
All the way back to item C.
to what?
Item C. Under.
Bad news.
No, we haven't looked, we haven't talked about the signs,
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
item C.
so. For public consumption, we got a lot of comments. And interestingly, just to summarize, Wendy did a great job putting them all together, but they were almost all consistent in being pro signs, all the ones that were proposed and also in favor of the sign with the barrier bar on Bridge Street. So I thought that was interesting and almost universally in favor of the signs as proposed. I looked at the signs this morning. I went around to all the actual spots. I actually talked to Rami Issa and he asked if he minded having the sign on the garage property. He said, no problem, not at all. For example, this sign on going down Church Street in Maine, heading towards the bridge, towards 110. And that's actually not making that sign any different than the sign that's already there. It's just making it that the one on the upper right-hand corner there. That sign there is a sign already there, and all it's doing is adding a little additional wording underneath Merrimack that say no vehicles over 12.6. So a lot of these, you think are like changing things dramatically, and they really are not. There already are signs there, or they're modifying existing signs, except for the big Bridge Street sign. And I thought we would get a lot of negative feedback on that, and zero, right?
I saw, I mean, there was a couple that were saying that closer to the bridge may
Yeah.
be more apt.
Oh,
That was it.
Yeah.
Really.
So,
You're talking the one turning from the bottom of Church Street on to Bridge Street.
Going straight down Bridge Street is.
Yeah.
in front of the field there.
Yeah.
Angus, in one of the emails today, I thought I saw a reference from the Mass DOT saying that there's something was out of scale, or there was some,
Yeah, there
Is
was
that-
an email with the district, I think it was from the district engineer, who said that some of the renderings made it look out of scale, but we
Okay.
do have the actual.
I know we have the measurements,
We
just
have the
looking at the
actual
photos, they look, too large, like compared to a house. And so that's.
Yeah, this is it from.
right, and that's why I went and actually looked at them, and they didn't look.
Okay, so it's just the way that it was presented there.
It didn't. We don't know how this one's going to be a big sign, but the other ones were in keeping with things. I don't think they were changing things too dramatically. But this one is, let's see, this one is this is down by Stewart Street. And even, so this one would be on the corner of the one that says the photo mile marker 44.6, that would be on this is the library's
Mhm.
lot, and so that's the corner there. So that one, there is that picture there. There is no sign there at the moment. So that one does kind of change things.
Yeah, I thought for some of the comments that people said that it's not really effective to have signs up on Main Street, that the most effective thing was having an actual bar that they would make contact with. But if you're saying.
I
that's the
suppose what this does is there's a I don't know what it is. There's an oil truck that's high, and that it prevents them going down there and having to make a U-turn when they get when they've already gone down further down Bridge Street or Church Street. I think it would do that.
So on Main Street, we don't have any say really. That's a state highway. They're just looking for. feedback.
They'll listen to us, yeah.
I think they'll listen to you. It's not up to you, and I think if you get feedback and they ignore it, then so be it, but I think they asked because they want to know.
Yeah, I don't think the signs on Main Street are gonna be that effective. But if you feel like this is the only new sign and all the other signs are existing, they're just adding language to them. And
The one on the
on the
oh,
corner of
for
Church.
example, this one is there.
Which
Yeah.
one?
This
And
is
it's the same size?
this is the
The corner
this
of
is
Bridge Street.
Main Street heading towards heading west and Main and Bridge. So there is a sign there already now.
But the same size though, Archie?
That's it, as this one, no, so this one,
Which one was?
so this is,
Right there.
we're going towards Groveland.
Oh, okay.
And so there is a sign there, and so we're adding that little bit underneath. That one is already there.
But it's much smaller than that.
Not,
It just has the 2-110 Merrimack.
Yeah.
section. It's a little bigger than, it's like halfway down to the white space. So it's adding one more line of white space area wise.
I did get a note from Wayne, he signed off the meeting about 9:48. Not feeling well, but he said, he would support the 555 signs, nothing bigger. He thought the overhead seems a bit overkill, but the comments from residents support something more aggressive, and the overhead would definitely meet that request. So that's his advice.
So could we move it closer to the bridge? I mean, you could move it almost to the intersection of Ferry.
That close?
I mean, you want it to be far enough away so that somebody could turn around.
Then it would be, there's a house right there on the
Yeah,
corner,
yeah.
right? That would sort of like be in their front yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, the advantage of having it where it is right there is people have, a driver has an option to take a left.
You can do it
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
No, I think they'll be past it.
at that intersection, right where it says drawbridge. There's
Yeah.
no-
Well, they're down by, Ferry Lane there, so they can take a left on the Ferry Lane. They passed.
No, they couldn't, if they hit the bar, the truck's gonna not be happy, they're gonna back up.
My only fear is if somebody comes down river.
Well, we did.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
I thought of that too. This is it. One comment I would make, Angus, is the drawbridge sign on the corner of River Road and Bridge Street, right on the corner. It's a lighted sign. That I assume when the bridge starts to be
Is that the one?
opened.
Down River Road?
Yeah.
I don't know why that one shouldn't have because someone could go get down River Road and not, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be,
I don't know what
Take that.
it accomplishes, it's telling people that there's a drawbridge, yeah.
that would be right with that 12.6, that would count the last point of no return.
Yeah.
So I'm still not satisfied with two things. I mean, the signs, you know, I'm not gonna debate the signs with Mass DOT. But their reasoning for why the truck traffic can't be banned, I think it's, I think the holes in their reasoning. You know, we could dissect that, but I think there's more than one hole in their reasoning, you know, saying that other communities have to sign on. Well, certainly Merrimack would. I mean, how many other communities are involved? There's Newburyport. The way they've described the route with the chain bridge, using the chain bridge, there's Salisbury, there's Amesbury. But those are all communities that we could communicate with, and they would probably be receptive, because they've all, with the exception of Salisbury, because no truck that can't take that route actually goes across the chain bridge. They're gonna all hop on 995. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's stupid for Mass DOT to suggest that the traffic that's being diverted, that trucks in particular that are being diverted currently are gonna go across the chain bridge, and they're not gonna just hop on I-95, take the shortest route and the easiest route. Why would a truck go down to the chain bridge? There's no good reason.
But why would any town vote to have more trucks in it?
Because, well, say Amesbury, they get, how many trucks a day go
Yeah, but
across
they're
that
not,
bridge?
I don't.
They're one of the towns we'd have to talk with. Merrimack's gonna say, of course. Merrimack's, you know, they've gotten almost as short an end of the stick as we have out of this, you know?
Maybe more.
Maybe more.
I mean, if they have kids in the school.
Right, yeah. Clearly, Haverhill isn't gonna argue with it. Groveland is negatively impacted by this, you know, Groveland's getting more traffic because of the bridge being closed. I just think most of the communities would probably find it acceptable to have that bridge closed to traffic, pushing the handful of trucks a day that go across it. You know, some portion of them onto their, you know, through their highway, on their highway. You know, not taking a secondary road, but going through on a state highway.
No, but I don't know, if I was in Amesbury, for example, I wouldn't want 2 more trucks going through my town if I didn't have to. Why would I want that?
Well, I mean, they have a highway, they're already, I guess, maybe I'm wrong, but it strikes me that if they have, 200 trucks a day going through and they have another 5, the incremental change, and I don't know what those numbers really are. Those are just.
Yeah, I know.
But the incremental change is trivial.
But like, for example, the Groveland Bridge would definitely get more traffic.
It probably would get a little bit more, but probably not as much more as it gets right now. So every time the bridge is closed, then they get a lot more traffic.
Yeah, I think anybody here, like going over to 495 would take the highway. They wouldn't like go down to Groveland and cut over. And coming the other way, I mean, I don't think they would get that much more traffic. You know, thinking of truck traffic.
Right.
You know, that. would
Right.
use- so,
No, the trucks that use that bridge are kind of outliers.
Which is ironic given the amount of impact they've had
Right,
on the community.
yeah.
So what are you suggesting that, I mean, what you're saying is true, but do you think we should?
Well, nothing else, I think we ought to communicate with the city council and April again and just see if they agree. You know, that the Mass DOT's reasoning is not all that sound. I mean, I would like to hear how their perspective on that response from, the second rejection letter from Mass DOT.
They did actually send it out today. I mean, it was a
Okay.
brief note, but it was, yeah, they're not happy.
Yeah. So,
There's an email from Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, I sent that around just after 2, but it just said, thanks for the response. Could you please provide us with the total amount of funds spent on reconstruction of the bridge back in 2012?
Oh, that's right, I did see that, yeah.
Total number of times the bridge has been closed due to damage since reconstruction, and the total cost to fix each time the bridge has been damaged. So.
it would also be interesting to hear Mass DOT's, I know they've done traffic counts on the bridge before, and I don't know if the traffic counts discriminate between cars and trucks. I don't know if they have an idea of truck traffic count going across the bridge, but it would be interesting to see what that number is. Because if we were to reach out to other communities and say, how would you feel about this? If it was, another 5 trucks a day that went through their town or city, as the case may be, that,
It would be good to know that.
yeah, whereas, if it was 50, that'd be different, but I don't think there's 50 trucks crossing that bridge.
No, I mean, anecdotally, I would say no more than 5. I can't even
Yeah.
imagine 5,
Right,
just from living down there.
yeah. And, then the other thing that, I guess I really would like to pursue is this idea of using some kind of sensor and having a warning light on the bridge that if you hit the sensor, at the very entry to the bridge, at which point you're on the bridge, but at least you're not at the danger point on the bridge. And, you have stoplights, like something that cannot be ignored, that flash up ahead of you. And, they could be, I think that could be done in such a way that it was, robust, reliable, and yet not.
Relatively unobtrusive.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, and yet relatively unobtrusive.
I mean, we talked about this right before you came in this evening, and we wondered if perhaps they don't want to have to, they don't want to set a precedent for doing this. They're not used to doing this, and so then they have other places might want to do the same thing. I don't know.
But it's like, if it saves.
It seems,
about $5 or $10 million of rebuilding a bridge.
but not only that, it's easier and cheaper than even the signs.
Yeah,
Right.
It's
looks
not
better, too.
expensive.
Right.
so would you do that right on the bridge? It seems like you would want to do it.
Well,
before you even get to
the
bridge.
reason why I suggested doing it right on the,
Well, just right close, yeah.
yeah, I mean, you could do it close to the bridge before somebody was even on it, but at that point, it's almost, if somebody's rounded the bend, they've gone by River Road and they've rounded the bend, coming from this side at least.
Yeah,
They've rounded the bend, at that point, they have to back up anyway, so. Does it make a difference whether they back up an extra 30 or 40 feet? I don't know. I was thinking that on the bridge, because there's an existing structure there that could be used for supporting, they don't have to.
They don't have to build something.
Right. I mean, it might be simpler to implement. But.
I'm just wondering how quickly they could stop, so.
Well, I wondered that too,
Yeah, I
but
mean, the speed
Well,
limit is
and-
25, but, I mean,
Well, that was the other reason. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't get that.
so if they see the lights, how far ahead are the lights gonna be? Are they gonna have time to stop once they see the
Well,
lights?
the problem isn't at the entry port of the bridge. The problem is at the swing span. That's the low point. So at the entry portal, if you look at the way the current sign is, it actually it's down below the crossbar, and that's at 12 feet 6 inches. It's a few inches below the crossbar. So they have 100 yards to go before they actually hit the critical spot on the bridge.
Right, so-
Once they've gone through that entry portal.
but you could have the sensor.
Right.
It wouldn't be a big, it's just a little, light thing, like people have on the automatic garage doors.
It actually, without arguing something that neither of us are gonna have all the background information for, I sort of, from an industrial standpoint, I've worked with sensors a lot. Like a photoelectric type sensor, which I think is what you're describing, isn't probably gonna be a viable solution.
Okay.
Because of, rain, sleet, and snow.
Weather, okay.
Stuff like that, weather, changes in ambient air conditions. They probably need, my guess is they would need a contact type sensor. I was gonna send Wayne, I talked about it the other day, and I didn't send him some stuff, but I was just gonna send him a picture of an industrial sensor that's not designed for detecting trucks, but it's just basically I don't need to go into details, but there are things that exist industrially. I've got to believe that there's a roadworthy, a transportation worthy equivalent.
I would also have to believe that has been installed somewhere in the same
Right.
application.
Right, exactly. That's why I don't understand why they keep falling back.
Someone mentioned it, I think, about Sturr Drive, they
Yes,
they
Yeah,
have those kinds of sensors,
yeah.
warning you that there's a low bridge up ahead, you're higher than that bridge.
Okay, so what, they want to hear back from us. We don't, the last thing we want to be is,
Non-responsive.
yeah, unresponsive or delaying things.
So I think we
want
should
to,
go-
we want to hear, they want to hear back from us ASAP.
I think we should go with Wayne's recommendation for signs that we don't have anything to say over, no bigger than 5 by 5 or
Okay.
whatever he said. And I think we should propose something different for near the bridge on the street that we do have control over. I mean, the bar or chains is good, but I think that sign in front of the field is too big, and I think it's too far away from the bridge. And I would like to incorporate the lights in them. You know, that seems like such a.
No, I
unintrusive-
think we should say. I agree with you, but having said that, I don't want us to. Like, they've been busting our chops about getting this done and putting warnings up, and now they don't even wanna have a warning, so I think we should say, if. We would. Like to have something, perhaps, some kind of electronic sensor that would, have lights near the bridge. But if that's not possible, we'll go with it. I don't think we want to say we don't want to have it, because then they're gonna be, they're gonna be mad at us, and they're like, this is what they're trying to tell us how to run highways.
Yeah, no, I think having the bar is a good idea. I mean, many of the resident comments said they like that.
Yeah.
I think we have to have a bar.
I asked the guy from DOT this morning, I said, the sign, because I said the same thing, the signs. Because I saw a picture, someone ran into this, did the Star Drive thing.
Signs only work if you read them.
But the Star Drive, they hit the Star Drive on moving day, September 1st, and this year, they do it, so the sign, every U-Haul in Boston says, don't drive on Star Drive, and they don't even read the sign on the dashboard. There's a big sign of, if you've ever rented a U-Haul, it's a sign right on the dashboard, like this big, and they.
They're not renting the U-Hauls in Boston, renting the U-Hauls in New Jersey and then driving. them.
Well, that could be, all right. I didn't think of that. You're
That's
right.
the issue.
Okay.
It's not the people in Boston who are moving.
It's not moving out there, it's moving.
Okay.
It's the people from Maine who come down, and the first time they've ever driven to Boston, they drive on Stirrup Drive.
Okay, all right, that, I didn't think of that, okay.
And they hit the bar, and then they hit the bridge.
Yes, they hit
But the
bar-
same
They hit
person,
the bar and it just as the alarm was going up, what was that sound? They then hit the bridge.
he said that there's no way that they. See, my first thought has always been that they won't even hear the bar if they've got the radio on or whatever, or it just nicks the top of the truck. He said, that's not, you're gonna feel that bar. But I don't know. Let's, what are we gonna tell them? We have to have an answer tonight, because,
So why can't there be a bar on this? If the part that is, sensitive is in the middle, wouldn't that accomplish the same thing? If the bar is hanging from the low crimmy?
I think that's where they were talking about strike chains at one point.
Mhm.
And I assumed that they were talking about the strike chains on
Yeah, this seems to be showing, I think that's what these.
Yeah, those are.
Oh, okay.
those are-
Okay.
So that's in addition
To
to
the
the strike
bar,
bar.
okay.
You could do.
I guess that would, that alone, Wendy, maybe that could damage the bridge if you hit that, I don't know, with a
Yeah.
bar, I don't know.
Angus, do you know what the size of that sign in front of the field is?
I want to say it's like 6 by 12, but let me, I'll say it's
It's right there.
here. 162 inch by, this is terrible resolution. 72, I remember it being 6 feet high.
Yep.
Times
That's
162 is, yeah, that's,
It's like the,
14 feet.
pastoral field and view of the river, and then you get this giant yellow sign. It's just.
interstate signs.
yeah, I think it's.
So do you want me to take a crack at writing the first draft of DOT response, and then I can send it around and edits you can send back to me? Does that work?
Each of the three of you.
Sure.
Okay.
I've taken some notes. I've got, you know.
Okay, so what do you think about the drawbridge sign that we actually, that's like the closest to the bridge, and it seems like that one, they don't have anything on River Road.
Yeah, and there have been quite a few trucks coming out of River Road.
Really?
Yeah.
So would you say like a 12-6 sign with the strike bar sign,
Yeah,
like right before the bridge, so that's the turn from River Road here. And if you hit that, you can back out to River Road or back out to Church.
Bridge Street, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Say that again?
So the part where you turn right onto River Road.
Yeah.
to Turn that right, there's that 12-6 sign, it's just a little tiny sign on the right side of the road.
Oh, there is?
The
Okay,
diagonal?
So, yeah, it's a diamond.
okay.
Okay.
No, it seems to me it should be right on the drawbridge sign, or there's something right
So
there.
the drawbridge sign is before that.
Okay,
It's
So
on
there's
River
the
Road.
drawbridge
okay.
sign is on River Road, and then there's one on Bridge Street.
okay,
Before that, and just something right at each intersection.
okay.
And then there's a 12-6 sign. So that's the first, like, arm.
So that's actually beyond the crossing gate, actually, okay,
It's right after the first crossing,
yeah, okay.
before the second.
So what about the striker bar there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if you hit that, maybe a sensor can go up and
Like,
tell you to stop.
Striker bar and sensor.
like right by the crossing gate, yeah, I mean, that's way less obtrusive.
Mhm.
I can take a first crack at that and get some feedback tomorrow evening or Wednesday. That's the yeah.
Okay, and I got some notes, so we'll work together.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good work.
So we'll skip over item D until we can be here.
Okay,
I would suggest we skip item F, given the lateness. of the
yes,
show.
yes,
Item H, I would suggest, if this time works for you, Monday, October 17th, it's a week before town meeting. It's usually right now when that meeting takes place, and I definitely want to get it on people's calendars. I think for Casey, that evening works for her. And with Tim Zessen,
7, yeah.
it could be 6 or 7. Casey expressed a preference for 7. I don't have a preference. We could ask FinCom if they have a preference.
Mhm.
But I think for now, at least confirming the date, I think would be good. We can always,
okay,
so does that work for everyone, 10/17?
Yeah, can we say 7 and then if we did,
Yeah,
okay, just have something. like-
yeah. Great, thank you.
We had in my calendar, and that we had a meeting that night. We hadn't previously agreed to that night.
I gotta check my notes from the last meeting, because we.
Could be, I just put it there, yeah.
It's just been so busy. So, taking that day off after the last meeting and coming back 4 days later,
Yeah,
so
so,
when I came back.
Yeah.
It was still-
right, so the 10/10 is Columbus Day.
Right, so yeah, there's no meeting that night, and I know we talked to the last, yeah, I don't want to rehash it.
So
I think we, the big combo to it.
I had 26, 3, and 17.
Okay, so if that's a regularly scheduled meeting, it sometimes it's a standalone meeting, sometimes it's part of a regularly scheduled meeting, it's just the first agenda item. So that rings a bell for me.
Okay, so anyway, October 17th.
Yeah, okay. Next item J, you wanna table that one until, was earlier in the evening, regionalism. So,
Are they waiting for feedback?
well, you saw the letter they sent, I don't know, they sent a letter, you know, we did participate last week in the EPA webinar.
Mhm.
We haven't gotten a follow materials from EPA, but they didn't participate in that.
Was that worthwhile?
I think it was. I think what will be more worthwhile is the follow-up materials. which we should get any day now, because there were a lot of great references they pointed to. And I didn't write down the hyperlinks because I knew they'd be setting them
Yeah.
down, so, but there was a lot that seems, potentially, and Mike, I think that was worthwhile.
Stuff that has actually been done in Massachusetts, or this theoretical stuff?
The only case studies they used were much larger geographic areas and they only used 2 case studies. It was only an hour long webinar,
Okay.
but there's a
Colorado River shed, things like that.
Yeah, it was the Tennessee Valley Authority.
but there was an organization that specializes in brokering regional partnerships around wastewater and water.
Really?
It is active in the Northeast that Mike was familiar with.
Hmm.
And are a credible organization they're for free, they'll come in and help. I mean, there's definitely value that we can follow up on some of what was in there. The case studies weren't particularly relevant. They were interesting, but they weren't. They were very, very different.
Yeah.
County scale type things.
Can you share the links when you get? them?
Yeah, definitely, as soon as I get them. I did write down.
Yeah, so at our next meeting, let's really
Yeah, here it is.
really do this so that we
Yeah.
have.
Oh, no, that's not. That's the plan. Okay, I forgot the acronym. There was some acronym. I have notes too.
So that they can't say you're not even.
I
paying
agree.
attention
No, I
to
totally
it.
agree. I just think it's late to get into it now. Table that. Meeting minutes, did you want to address that? Or table those?
I move we approve the minutes of
Yeah, but I'm
August 22nd, 2022.
Second. What did you say? Willie?
I didn't have any changes.
Okay.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Quick updates, auditors started this morning, they're in all through Thursday, and so far so good, fingers crossed. I also included, we get every year from Hilltop, we get the statement of indebtedness. And so I included that in the packet, that's all of our outstanding debt.
I also turned the game off to read every line.
Man, you must have hated that game.
You're not the only one.
They lost, right?
Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
actually, you could, it was terrible.
The new signage has been posted at Pipe State Mill Pond. It took an agonizingly long time to get that all finalized, but I think it came together
Yeah,
nicely.
I like it.
I think Christine Marshall did a terrific job on the graphic design piece, so that's a nice in-house asset we have. The MBTA Communities webinar, I definitely think we ought to table that for the next discussion, but.
Yeah, I don't think it was that worthwhile. I mean,
It
they
wasn't,
basically
but I
just-
think, I mean, they're not gonna budge on the January 30th.
They're not.
They're not. And that was my takeaway.
Mhm.
So I think that as a community, we need to decide, are we going to try to make a play to get an action plan of some sort by January 31st or not? And I think we need to decide that, not tonight, but soon, because if we are, we're gonna get.
Mhm.
I mean, we're at ground zero. I don't know how it would be, sounds daunting.
Well, if you read the comments I put, or the questions I wrote during the webinar that they didn't address, but, I think there's a strong case that it's not in the interests of what they're trying to get done to hold the line on that, because it forces the chief elected officials to basically get ahead of the process, because you couldn't, if this was all we had to do, maybe you could do a legitimate action plan in the next 4.5 months. But with everything else going on, you couldn't, we don't have the resources to do that kind of, in a serious, inclusive way, and then you end up adopting something
I know.
that the typical voter is gonna say, hey, this is top down, you're sticking us to us, and they're gonna organize against your
We
action.
should zone, I live on Granite Street, we should zone the very end, past where it's closed, the very end of Craniac Street. In the state fish and wildlife management land, there's plenty of land there.
It's all wet now.
Well, then that'll come out in the wash, we'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
They'll figure that out, because they got this whole GIS tool, but anyhow, I
So
do
what-
think
how-
that warrants discussion at the next meeting for sure.
Yeah, and so how will that decision be made? Is that just the select board, or is that kind of a joint discussion with the planning board?
It ought to certainly be both, and as you know, the chairperson, Ann, was there, which was great.
Mhm.
You know, when we did the thing last spring, the town had to designate a responsible person, that was me.
Mhm.
So I will be the one getting the emails from the state with increasing strenuousness of like, where are your the action plan? How's your action plan? So if we're not gonna do it, you know, I'd wanna. You know, we don't need to tell them, but we could just let they come and go, but I think we just need to make a conscious decision. So I think if it was on for the next meeting, if we invited the planning board to zoom in,
Mhm.
I think it'd be a better discussion.
Yep. What do you think?
I don't even know where to begin to come up with the answers to that in 3 months.
I'm just talking about in terms of like how to make the decision whether we proceed. Is it too unwieldy to discuss with the planning board?
Oh. I see what you mean, okay.
How about our industrial district?
I do think they'd flag it for lack of access to say it's not I think they're gonna be doing some proving.
With what staff?
I think they're gonna make the RPAs do it.
Really?
That's my thought.
They're what?
That they'll make the
Regional plan.
RPAs basically become an arm of the DHCD. And tie it to like LTA funds, and it just seems that way.
Yeah.
This whole thing, I mean, Anne had a great take on it. She was just saying, I was like, they are so happy with themselves. Just they spent the first 40 minutes patting themselves on the back. All the process, and they've listened to everyone, they've made all these changes, like they were just so.
Well, it's
Clearly
funny,
delighted
it's
with
funny
us.
you'd say that, because when I read the, you know, their slides, it's like, you're telling us, oh, we were so open and we made all these great changes. I was the vibe I got, and I wasn't even there.
It was a pep rally.
Okay, so, all right.
And they had disabled comments and chat, they disabled. So.
Okay, so do we want? I don't know. What's the new intent? Is the, should?
I think it would be good if we try to involve the planning board.
Okay,
Yeah, we should definitely invite them. I just can't imagine where we're gonna go with it. I just, you know, we should definitely involve the planning board.
And at least make the decision.
But
so we still have to come up with 50 acres, right?
oh, no, no, we don't need, we just need capacity based on the density they talk about for 87 or 83 houses or 83 living units, whatever, yeah. I think,
80, that's the total,
I
yeah,
don't think
but
it was-
yeah, I don't think there's an acreage.
there's no acreage
I don't think
anymore?
there's an acreage limitation.
Okay.
or a
It's just, there needs to be possible building of units for 87.
Right.
You know, the key thing is they want locations, that's the thing that ends up being so difficult to do without. You know, without a real process.
Do a 87 unit high rise. One.
Right.
So, okay,
We have
so
this,
we'll-
we have this right of way that's empty.
We'll invite the planning board to the September 26th meeting. Next one's just informational, this WRAP program, we got the executed contract, which was never in doubt, but now it's real. We've got to the end of June to expend about $152,000, so Wayne is working to map that out.
So that'll probably be used for paving.
That's what he's saying. I want to talk more with him, as I'm sure you guys do, of like, there's some flexibility there, and you know, is there some? That's realistically, that's probably best, because if we wanted to do something.
I don't know what else, I mean, looking at
He's
the other
talking
things.
about like traffic calming in the town center. And that's great, but that couldn't be designed by June 30th, never mind Bill. So I think he's probably right to just.
Well, not that, but the way they phrased it, it sounded like it had to all be, effectively repair or resurfacing of existing infrastructure. So, you know, it could be worn markings on pavement, but I don't know if you can put new markings on pavement. Then you can repair guardrails, but it doesn't sound like you could put, like, it couldn't be used on a, Farm Lane for guardrails there, because that would be new guardrails. You know, it seems to be, it's all based on correcting problems with existing facility. At least that's what the way it looked to me when I read it.
Yeah, he spent more time on this than I have, so. Anyhow, I wanted to let you know that the money is there, so that's.
I didn't remember that last winter was particularly bad.
Nor did I. I think it's just, I think it's, yeah,
That's COVID.
yeah.
Another way to get money to town that needed in different areas.
And then just to let you know, I mentioned this a while back, but just so I am leaving after the FinCom meeting tomorrow night. I'm driving down to Hull and I'll be at a conference all day Wednesday, and it ends noontime Thursday, so I will be back in time.
I saw that schedule. I like that schedule. I like the wind down.
The early morning yoga.
Yeah.
the early morning. I want a picture of you doing a downward dog or whatever.
But I do think it'd be worth, I would say, when I signed up, they hadn't published the session workshops. And when they did, some of them aren't great, but I think there's at least 3 that I think are very good. So hopefully that'll be worth the time it takes to go to this.
The collective bargaining.
Yeah, the collective bargaining, I think there was.
Actually, there were several things that looked really good. I mean, I can see where they were.
Yeah, definitely. I will learn a lot more about that, because everything I know on the police is secondhand through
Yeah.
the chiefs. I have never
Yeah.
myself sat at a session and learned directly about that. I feel like there was a third one.
And probably resilience for human resources professionals.
Yeah. For management professionals, sure. Yeah, no, I do think the strain people are under is yeah, the transit collective bargaining. Yeah, I think those were the 3. Yeah, I think 2 of the 3 are very good.
Mhm.
It's, yeah, it was a little squishy, a little more squishy than I actually would have expected for a Mass Municipal HR conference, that there'd be multiple options in each time and not just everyone on the same track. But, you know, I'll try to get some value out of that.
I went to college with them. In legislative update.
Yeah.
I helped him win his student trustee re-election.
Even back that far, huh? You were doing that work?
It's years back.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
Angus,
I actually
you'll
missed
be
it.
all skilled at mediation just in time for
This. Actually, I did complete back in 2010, the state, the Mass, something dispute resolution. They changed the name of the office. It was Mass Office Dispute Resolution. They offered 30-hour training for mediation and dispute resolution. And I did complete that. Westford sent me to that training back in 2010. And it was very good. I definitely learned some things that I have used in my career.
Really?
Yeah, just about language, you know, they're using the right words to invite people to speak instead of, I don't know, it's soft skills stuff. But I also got a nice 3-ring binder that's that has some good resources.
That's just bragged about a binder. You were like, I know, nice 3-ring binder.
And stickers all over.
That was it. That's all I heard.
Every time Angus starts talking about binders, I'm thinking of Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
well, with the recent house move, I found boxes that I hadn't thought about in years, because we've lived in small places since we moved 5 years ago. So I have a lot of reference. I found a housing policy that was from Mass Housing Partnership. It's full of good. I have so much information. So I should know the file cabinet and move it here because my wife doesn't want it. But at least now I got a place. So anyhow, yeah, that'll be good. I'll still be, obviously checking email and things, but I will be out of town for the better part of 2 days.
Okay, anything we want to put on, any comments, but next time? We'll get a lot of stuff that we didn't get done.
Yeah.
I know.
You suggesting?
So,
maybe-
let's really put our thinking caps on it about the specifics that we wanted to say to the water commissioners. We can't be just general. We have to, okay, these are some ideas.
So D, F, and J. Are the ones that are in too?
Yes.
Angus, as far as item F, were people amenable?
Yeah, I spoke with, you can see in the revised charge, I took out the residents to not specify the names. But I did speak to everybody else. I mean, most of those people were at the meeting Wendy was at, 5 or 6 weeks ago, and they were all very amenable. And I met with Emily Terry more recently, the principal. She was super excited to be involved. And then Lisa, I spoke with, and she said as long as it's a limited duration thing, she's all very happy to be part of it. And so I've been, in touch with others, but most everybody is confirmed as being interested.
Okay.
So, as far as finding a couple of members from the community, were you putting out any kind of notice that at this point that there is an opportunity?
Well, there were specific members that.
Yeah, I think we want to, I mean, I don't want, I think this is actually going to be really quick.
Yeah,
Because
right.
since I started writing this a couple of weeks ago, just in the last week, we found a lot of files that we didn't know we'd be able to find.
Yeah, the
So
stuff
we-
that you showed me in the drawer in there. Or was
And
it other
even
stuff?
more, I mean, I found something over the weekend. I was tidying up my office, for the auditor. You guys should see it. You won't believe it. It looks respectable, finally.
We can hide all these.
Stacks of paper. But anyway, no, so I found something that I'd forgotten I had, it was the whole 2008 file with the contract, the scope, everything with the Whittier study. We have a lot of good information. I think we can get to an agreed scope and hopefully get the procurement underway. I mean, no question this calendar year. I think that next stage where the consultant's actually been hired, there's going to be, I would guess, a 6 to 8 month process of the analysis meetings. That's where I think you're going to want more people like getting up the learning curve. This is just to get the scope right of the people who already know about the building, just to make sure we don't inadvertently leave something out of the scope that someone says, oh, wait a second, don't forget about this issue. And I mean, I've found some things in the files analyses that, Chris Meyer and Kachi had done, 5, 6, 7 years ago, very focused on like particular issues that I never would have thought of. So one of the things we've got Christine Wallace doing is sifting through all of that so she can take all of this and have this make it available. But we'd like to set up a page for this working group and start populating it with all these prior studies so that any vendor who's considering bidding on the work or, is going to have the benefit of all of this prior work. So having, Christine Wallace, who's able to focus her time, most of her workday on this project is like such a benefit, because we have thousands of files that we just, Wayne and I do not have time to like sit through all files, like we can do it here and there, but she's been like focused on this project, so I think the next phase is gonna be more like a broader, I think at this point, we just want those who are already knowledgeable about the specific building. So I think we'll go pretty quickly.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.